Okay, this is the Oregon State Marine Board, and our meeting for January 22nd, 2020 is now called to order. It is almost 8:30. So, for the first time in quite a while, we have a full board, and so we would like to welcome Colleen. Welcome, Moran, and please, we're going to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself, please.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Colleen Moran. I'm from Portland, Oregon. Been a sailor all my life, pretty much. Grew up on the Columbia River. My father grew up sailing. His parents sailed as well. I'm part of Rose City Yacht Club, and for the last 9 years, I've been their representative to the Columbia River Yachting Association, which is a group of recreational boating organizations in the Portland area. And excited to join the board and help out where I can.
Well, welcome.
Welcome.
And so that kind of brings me to another point, because our agenda today is quite long, and our reading material this time was arduous. It was over 1,200 pages. Yes, so I would like to suggest that, you know, when we have some public comment open, that's general public comment, that we cut it off about a week ahead of time. It would be helpful for us. And then if anybody else wanted to speak or submit reports or submit things, they would need to come to the meeting to and bring 5 copies for us, because this is what we received this morning.
Wow.
So, and obviously we can't get to that. And we want people to be able to be involved in our processes. And so it just seems to me like that would probably be a little bit easier for staff, for the board. What's the feeling on the board?
Yeah, I think that's very much the case.
Yep.
1,200 pages is quite a lot. I'm sure all of us didn't read it all in detail. I gave my best shot.
Well, I haven't read this last little bit, but and Director Warren, do you see any problem with maybe giving that kind of a directive to staff for the future?
Chair Early, members of the board. So we've made a recent change that I actually think works well with that, which is we're posting the agendas online, and then we're actually posting the board book online. We hadn't been posting the board book online, only the board was receiving that. And so the timing wise, that would give folks a little bit of time to see the material and then provide a written comment if it's easier for them to provide a written comment rather than attending the meeting. And then if we cut it off about a week before the board meeting, that gives us time get that material out to you guys. So
That'd be great.
And then I like that because it offers people the opportunity to do written and show up in person.
Yes.
So I don't want to cut off the written, and that's not what I heard.
No, we don't want to cut off the written. We just need to have a deadline for it because we have reading material. And so if the board book comes out, we generally get the board book a couple of weeks ahead of time. We start reading through the board book, and then if we have additional comments coming in up to a week before the meeting, then we still have time to digest that. Because I'm sure there's information in here that would be very pertinent to what we're going to be talking about today, but not having a chance to digest it and actually apply it to some of the things that are in our agenda is kind of a disservice to us and to the voters.
Sure, we'll make that change, and we will make that abundantly clear in our public notices so that folks aren't caught off guard.
Great, thank you. Okay, so let's move on to our very first item on our agenda, which is the approval of the minutes. So I take it everybody had a chance to look at the October 23rd to 24th and the December 10th, 2019 minutes. The only change that I would see is that Brian Paulson's name was misspelled just a couple of times. So I would entertain a motion to approve those minutes with that change.
Sure, I make a motion that we approve the minutes as written, except for that one spelling change.
I would second that.
Any other questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and now we're going to move on to public comment. And given the amount of people who have signed up for public comment today, we're going to limit people to 2 minutes because of our long agenda today. And also, I'm going to call people up 2 at a time. And then I'm also going to announce 2 people to be on deck. So, and I'm going to go off of the list that's here that was handed to me when you signed up. So First up is Darren Hosley and Josh Daughtery with Jerry Herman and Bill Kinnemeyer on deck. And you can decide, just make sure that you introduce yourself first and where you're from, and then you'll get 2 minutes to speak.
I'm Darren Halsey. I am a riverfront homeowner in Wilsonville, Oregon. I am just west of I-5, just upriver from the train bridge, Boone's Ferry Marina, that area. I've been a riverfront homeowner since 2002, had a dock in the water since 2002, the exact same dock since 2002, with no damage to it because of the boat activity. My daughter grew up in that house. She's going to be 13. She plays with her friends. We play on that dock. We're on the water probably more than just about anybody on that river every day. And even provide lessons and things like that for other people that want to go out and do stuff, whether that's water skiing, wakeboarding, whatever. We have 2 boats, a water ski boat and a wakeboard boat in that dock. And it had them basically that whole time that we've been there. Again, I haven't had problems with erosion, but certainly there's waves out there. And I haven't had any problem with dock damage. I mean, I maintain my dock like you maintain your house, just part of owning a structure. You know, I guess I'd say I'm opposed to basically any of the things you have written as your solutions for new legislation or regulation, I should say, on the Newburgh pool. And the fact of the matter is, if you're worried about safety or boat waves, if that's truly erosion, you're missing the boat because you're just regulating 2 particular sports that only want 1 wave. You're not legislating against the people that want lots of waves, or the people just cruising when it's in the same kind of boats that they wakeboard or surf behind when they're not doing that activity. So the legislation you're doing is not going to mitigate any of the waves or any of the usage issues out there or the crowding. It's going to be those people plowing around or tubing. And tubing is singularly the most dangerous thing that there is, as you guys probably are aware from many things you've seen in reports from other places. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Darren.
Thank you.
Morning, board. My name is Josh Doherty. I also live in the Newburgh Pool up around Wilsonville. We've lived there for about 7 years. Real quick, so on the Towed Water Sports Education Program, to kind of echo what he was saying about tubing, what we see is that tubing is the most dangerous sport on the river. And it concerns me that everything in here is just directed just at wakeboarding and wake surfing. It just seems interesting to me that you have to have a decal for your boat, but that doesn't apply to anybody that's driving the boat. It's just for the boat. And it's just for those 2 sports. So I'd encourage you guys to relook at this entire Towed Water Sports Education Program and make that apply to all water sports, not just wakeboarding and wake surfing. When it comes to, erosion, safety, property damage, I have a wood dock. Wood and water don't mix incredibly well, so you have to expect that there's going to be some maintenance and repair to your dock. But with that said, I live in an area where we have an incredible amount of activity from all different water sports, tubing, wake surfing, all that stuff combined. And I haven't experienced any damage either. Again, it's just kind of common sense. You have to maintain your dock and the repairs will need to be made, occasionally. If I had to endorse any of these concepts, I'd endorse rule change A or concept A without action number 2, which is a section on Eilers Road. I think that's a decent section that shouldn't be messed with. Erosion, I haven't experienced any of that. It's a river. There isn't that many days in the summer where we actually have good weather, so there's not enough damage from waves to cause any erosion. Erosion is caused by things like right now when the river is super high and it's rushing at a high rate of speed. Aside from that, I think in terms of safety, I haven't seen any accidents on the river, but I would encourage law enforcement to do a much, much better job. The times we have been pulled over, we seem to know more about the rules in the river than they do. They kind of throw their hands up in the air, so I think there's room for improvement there also. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Okay, so we have Jerry and Bill, and then we have Randy Scott and Scott Hicks on deck.
Ready?
Yes.
Chair Early, members of the board, and Director Warren, nice to be here. For the record, I'm Bill Kennemer. In the 2018 legislative session, I was chief sponsor of House Bill 4138 and also 4099, which I believe served as something as precursors for House Bill 2351 and 2352 in 2019. Regarding the four options you are considering today, I and my neighbors in Kawaka, which is an area around River Mile 31, this puts us just north of the yellow zone in option E, meaning all the wake boats from Burnett Landing will travel through our narrow area. Far worse, option F puts wake boats in our area to the exclusion of others. With the January 16th letter from NIMS, the impact of wake boat waves on the endangered fish and the assault on the riverbanks and the impact of incredible turbulence appear to be virtually indisputable. And it appears severe restrictions are appropriate and very likely, I hope, in the near future. As one who has lived on the river for 20 years, I've seen the banks, which were carved by floods across the century, suddenly and dramatically eroded, yielding unprecedented turbulence, all that is clearly destructive actions of the huge wakeboat waves. Now in summer, low water, part of my dock literally rests on the muck of my bank's erosion. Sad and expensive. And there is already proof of serious environmental damage. No longer are the banks shallow and relatively firm and full of life. Gone are the water plants, insects, and seemingly thousands of little fish in the shallows. Since the wakeboats, those shores and shallows are mucky, soft mud. All these clearly are violations of the Greenway and Planning Goal 15. And finally, there's the issue of safety. Big wakes are a danger to all river users. When wake boats are operating, swimmers, kayakers, small boats, and with docks having water pouring in over them, are virtually all river resources and people are at risk. Please take the wake boats off the river. Otherwise,
Thank you.
thank you.
Hello, board members and staff. My name is Jerry Herman. I've worked with your organization over 20 years with youth. About 200 to date have been involved in helping with boat ramp and other enhancement activities in Clackamas County. We've done all 13 under grants that you've provided. We appreciate that. My background is I've loved to do tours and educational programs on this river, the river of life. That's what Willamette means in Chinook jargon. Governor Tom McCall was my hero. When I was growing up, he was doing stuff that we couldn't believe was possible. And he made possible the opportunity for us to talk about a river that is restored and now is being affected by some challenges. He worked with business and industry that you're working with, the boating industry and such. He worked with many other industries to solve problems through his staff. And I challenge you to consider the letter I just sent around with some key points, which I won't go right now, and the article we've written, which is in the newspapers about what our concerns are. What would Tom McCall say in this day and age to watch his river being impacted, at least potentially impacted, and in actuality, what would he do to solve the problem? You have a big challenge. You have 36 counties to deal with. I know about these counties. I know all the things that you do because I've been involved, as I said, in working with you, with youth. And I feel sorrow that you have to go through this, but I feel like it's time for the industry to step up and show what they can do. I was a director of an environmental center for 24 years of my life at Clackamas Community College, and I decided to work with the paper industry, the forest products industry, and others that no one wanted to work with and challenge them to do some things in their efforts to mitigate their impacts. I believe that the industry will step up if asked to look at some techniques to involve approaches to solving this issue of the impacts of these large wakes. And I would hope that you would consider some of the information in my letter and the article that you're seeing. It's in a number of newspapers right now about this issue. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Okay, so Randy Scott and Scott Hicks are up next, and then George Hutmaker and Matt Radich are on deck.
Yeah, my name's Randy Scott. I also live in the Colca area. I didn't even know I'd be allowed to speak until last night about 10 o'clock, so forgive me. All I can tell you is, and express to you, is I've lived on the river now for about 10 years. And then what the differences I've noticed inside of 10 years, when we first got there, we were able to take our grandchildren down on the dock, fish, swim, boat. And ironically, in the last 3 years or so, when the wakeboard and surfing has become so prevalent in that area, our dock becomes really unusable when they're out there. I don't see any dock that was designed to handle the size of waves they come in. I've done about, and I realize that my dock would need maintenance. I do about $1,500 for the maintenance a year in the last 4 years when the wakeboard started came out there, just to keep it safe. But the problem is it's not safe. I've got 12 grandchildren, and when the wakeboards are out there, our dock's not usable. It bobs up and down. My boat, I've used 6 ropes to try to hold it in place, is going counter to the dock, and we can't really even safely get our kids in the boat, let alone launch the boat when the waves are coming in. So that's one. The safety of it to me and my use is greatly impacted in that area. The second thing is we like to fish off the dock. And I noticed the turbidity of the water goes out about 40 feet when they're running. And fishing you can't really fish because you don't fish, anybody who fishes knows you don't fish in turbid water like that. So we used to take kids down to Colca Park and walk on the shore. The shore was hard, gravel, there were freshwater mussels, there were small fish, aquatics, crawdads. That was 3 years ago. Now, none of that's there. It's mud, about a foot deep. So you can't really even walk on the shore. The freshwater mussels are gone, the aquatics are gone. It's the erosion that happens from the constant battering of
Thank you,
these
Randy.
boats.
Thank
I
you.
implore you to take our.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Scott Hicks. I'm a property owner for the last 12 years. I'm living in Wilsonville, very near the Malala River, so about Center Point where all the boat traffic tends to come in. I put about $100,000 into my boat program, my dock, as well as the landscaping that goes along it. I'm 300 foot of waterfront, which makes me one of the larger areas within that area in terms of actual access. So I've got good visibility of what goes on. I also coach youth sports for 15 years in the Wilsonville area, which is the single biggest city of people using it. And the big comment I want to make here is that I don't think you have most people on the river that are using that river's voices being heard here for a lot of different reasons. I will go on record after using that river for 30 years, both my parents who raised me on it, myself, and then with my 4 kids, that safety in all these years, I've never heard once where we had an accident due to actual wake surfing or actually somebody out there wakeboarding. I have seen it with tubers where we've had people get impaled on logs and debris, but I've never once seen on record an actual injury caused by what is the slowest of all sports on a boat that you're looking to go do compared to all the other things that go on. From an erosion, I own property, $100,000 I invested. The last thing I want is my bank to go down. But very interesting. Go to the river today. It is 40 feet up, and it will run that way for 6 months, 24 hours a day. 40 feet up. That, by the way, creates erosion. What does not create erosion is a 2-foot wave or all the traffic from boats from mid-river to the bank during, by the way, 3 months out of the year, maybe 2 to 3 hours a day. So it's not even a factual point that's being brought up there. And on a property damage level, I can tell you that I have to do maintenance like all river owners do, which we're fortunate enough to be able to afford to do that down there. But it's done in the spring based on the issues of the current and the debris that comes down during the winter, not, by the way, in the summer. There's 326 dock owners on the Willamette River, folks. I think you're seeing a small contingent of, by the way, a little bit more wealthy, a little older demographic, which frankly, I'm kind of one of those, that does not want boats on river. But what about the other 80% of the people that are on that river? And I would tell you, I know 80 families alone in Wilsonville, of which 75% have boats that they use for wake surfing and wakeboarding and other activities. And very few of them know what's going on here. They assume that the logical crossing price. So the net for me is, folks, he's done a good job of incorporating some policies that are compromised. To go much further is bending the politics of a few, not to the many. Thanks for listening, by the way.
Thank you. So George and Matt are up now with, let's see, Steve Strickland did not want to comment if that's changed. Otherwise, on deck is Ken, I think it's Rice, but I'm not positive, and Travis Williams. Okay.
Hi, I'm George Hoppacher. I live on milepost 89 of the Willamette River in Salem, Oregon. I was in 537 days ago by a wakeboat coming by through my airboat up on top of the dock on top of me. I was at your last hearing telling you the same story. A big problem is those Polk County Marine Board and Marion County Marine Board. Polk County says if they do not see the crime, there is no crime. They also told me there are no boating laws and rules on the Willamette River. Your magazine says otherwise. Pages, lots of rules. Why don't they know about these rules? They do. One of your employees, Randy Henry, told me the same thing. I called him 3 times before he finally called me back. He sided with the Polk County Marine deputies. Marion County, Scott Coles refuses to answer my phone calls. I called him 3 times. I've never wanted to answer that. Obviously, they don't want to talk to me. They don't like me. I'm hurting. I hurt all the time, 24 hours a day. It's getting worse. I'll be on a walker soon, after that, a wheelchair, and hopefully death after that. They want me. Polk County says it's a civil case. Sue somebody. They won't even help me. I don't get it. I know the boats. One of them has a boat number that belongs to a 16-foot aluminum boat. Wrong number. I don't know why they were doing that, other than to save some money, maybe. It's a well-known family in Polk County. Obviously, the police officers know really well. But I would think that's illegal. I really need somebody from the Marine Board to talk to me. I have pages of what happened. I have tried everything I can.
Thank
I
you.
don't want to sue anybody.
Thank you.
So
And we've gotten some feedback word that folks are having a hard time hearing, so move the microphone a little closer.
Okay, thank you.
The streaming folks.
Chair Early and members of the board, thank you for your time today. My name is Matt Radich. I am an avid river user, president of Active Water Sports, an Oregon boat dealer, and I'm definitely opposed to any punitive restrictions on the river. I honestly believe the best option on the Newburgh pool would be to open the whole area up to any towed sports and specifically keep surfing in the middle of the river. That would promote safety, relieve congestion, and even out the wave energy through the Newburgh pool. However, knowing that the board will not be looking at opening up any more of the Newburgh pool, the best option is an amended version of Concept A, which adjusts the current zones. To make Concept A work, we'll need to delete action number 2, which would remove an existing surf zone, the DC surf zone. This zone is necessary to keep in place to keep the other zones from being overcrowded. There are 2 key points from the Marine Board meeting back in October that I want you to remember. You set the loaded weight for towboats at 10,000 pounds, and rulemaking for this Newburgh pool area was only open to tweak the rules or adjust the rules that were put in place back in January. Anything other than making no change at all or adopting an amended Concept A would be going directly against your decision from last fall. With all the information going around, I'd also like to address 2 main topics that we always seem to hit on. The first is wave energy. Regarding wave energy relating to both property damage and fish habitat concerns, data from the AMC wave study that was done on the Willamette shows that wave energy from a fishing boat at 100 feet is much higher than a loaded surf boat at 300 feet, which is the setback that we put in place. Knowing that data and having that data, you can't single out wake boats without putting restrictions on all power boats. So I want to make sure we're making that distinction. Like, we're either talking about boating or not. The waves are the same.
Thank you, Matt.
My name is Steve Strickland. I live in West Lynn, and I'm one of those guys that the riverfront owners don't like. I've got a 2013 X2 Mastercraft, and I have about 600 hours on it. So I am the guy who's probably been on this stretch more than pretty much anybody you know, and I'm wake surfing. My kids grew up on this boat. They absolutely love it. I probably taught 100 kids to wake surf or wakeboard. I've heard all this anecdotal stuff that people are trying to sway your mind with waves going over docks. Show me a YouTube video. I have never put a wave over a dock. The waves are slightly bigger than tubing wakes or fishing boat wakes, but I've heard a bunch of nonsense about wake surf boat waves going over docks. It's never happened. I've never seen it. So, go out and observe it for yourself on a busy day. And the other thing I would say is wake surfing occurs on that river about 5-10% of the time throughout the year. The effects are minimal, if anything. I heard someone earlier say about the erosion. The river is running 10, 15 feet higher right now. During the summer, wakeboard boats go by. I defy you to show me a muddy area that's actually currently, because of wake surfing, causing erosion. Not true. And that's from observation. There's many other factors here, but to me, it's newer people moving to the river, and it's like moving next to an airport and complaining about airport noise, jet noise. You get to complain, but it's been there, always will be. There should not be more restrictions on this. This is a family event that kids and families love to do, should not be curtailed. That's my opinion.
Thanks, Steve. And so we have Ken and Travis that are up, and on deck we have Mike Stoyer and Mark. I think it's Crawford.
Want to go first? Did I just lose my chair?
No, you should do. So up on the table should be Ken and Travis.
And I'm Ken.
Okay.
This is another Ken.
Oh, Ken Rice.
No, this is Ken Fairborn. We have confusion.
I'm not to you yet.
I have the wrong Ken.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Ken, you're on from the second page.
Okay.
So, okay, Ken Rice. Thank you. Okay, so whichever one of you wants to go first is fine.
Okay, thank you. My name is Travis Williams. I'm Riverkeeper and Executive Director for Willamette Riverkeeper. Going on my 20th year doing the same job. Spent a lot of time on the Willamette. I've seen the ups and downs of this issue in different areas kind of manifest itself over that time. And I think one thing we all have to acknowledge is that this industry has changed. You have newer craft, you have bigger wakes. We have now taken a sport that used to be done at the coast and we've imported it to inland waters. That's why we're here today. You need a big, expensive machine, usually, to surf on the Willamette River. The Willamette does not generate those waves on its own. So that's the reality we're confronting. Now, I have heard over this time, our organization works on water quality and habitat. We get a lot of people out on the river every year in a variety of ways. I would also say the Willamette Riverkeeper owns a powerboat. We use it a lot. I've used it on Monday, in fact. We've heard a lot of discounting and claims of unsubstantiated this or that in regard to the impacts on habitat, water quality, etc. Have all of you received the letter that was issued by NOAA Fisheries on Friday?
Yes, we do.
And have you had a chance to read it?
I'm sorry, during public comment, we don't interact. We just take your comments, but it's against our policy to interact.
Okay. Well, I hope you do read it, because the first email we got from Larry yesterday was already seeking to recharacterize what the letter says. The letter from the federal agency that implements the Endangered Species Act in Oregon and throughout the Northwest says there's an impact. And it is telling the Marine Board, you need to act. You need to address this, or else you could have an issue where you're running counter to the Endangered Species Act. Larry yesterday sought to recharacterize it, saying NIMS is telling us that we need to talk to them to see if there's an impact. That's not the case. And my frustration in this job as a professional working for over 20 years for the same nonprofit, is that we've seen this over and over. Things get recharacterized. The type of communication between staff and board is problematic. So thank you for your service to the state of Oregon.
Thank you. Ken Rice.
My name is Ken Rice. I live in Wilsonville. I'm here to speak to my frustration that has gotten us to this point in the Newburgh pool.
I've been skiing on this section of the river for over 30 years. I've been involved in this process since the beginning. I'm not a riverfront homeowner. I'm not a surfer. I'm just someone who enjoys the river. The Marine Board staff told me that they did not endorse House Bill 2352. They told me that they were not permitted to lobby against it because you're a state agency. Yet the Marine Board asked for a fee increase this year and had no problem making their point known to the legislature what they wanted. So I don't understand why they couldn't also make their feelings known on HB 2352. I attended the meeting last September at the Wilsonville Library for the implementation of House Bill 2352. The Marine Board staff was very clear. The fee was $124 per year per person involved, meaning driver, spotter, rider. It would have cost my family $400 or $500 a year to put my boat on the river. Somehow, after the public comment was closed, it was reinterpreted to be $30 a year and only the driver. I asked if there was going to be an extension of public comment. I was told no, there wasn't a significant change. I don't know what world they live in, but to me, the difference between $500 a year and $30 a year is a significant change. And I felt that the public comment should have been extended. I attended the meeting last fall in Salem. The Marine Board staff listed Greg Leo as representing a boater's perspective. Mr. Leo is a paid lobbyist for the homeowner association that pushed House Bill 2352. I'm not opposed to Mr. Leo speaking, but he did not speak for me, and I don't think he should have been listed as a boater's perspective. It should have listed him as a paid lobbyist. The Marine Board announced the formation of the Rule Advisory Committee, or RAC.
Thank you. Paige Sawyer and Mark Crawford with Julie Miller and Kurt Jeffrey on deck.
Hi, thank you for having us here today. My name is Paige Stoyer, and I'm one of the founders of the Willamette River Community Coalition. We were created to help bring different user groups together on the river to build a stronger and safer river community for everyone. I'm representing almost 400 direct members, and some of those members represent hundreds or even thousands of other boaters, homeowners, and river users. I'm also a member of the Lower River Rule Committee, and we're working hard together to find solutions to reduce user conflict and address the safety concerns that we all face every day on the river. There's almost unanimous support on that committee that what is needed is increased education, enforcement of existing rules, and an increase in respect and cooperation among different user groups. I would like to take a moment to thank those of you serving on the Marine Board. There have been unfair accusations when people have not gotten their way that the OSMB is not doing its job. We appreciate that you seek out perspectives and input of different user groups, take everyone's rights and safety concerns into account, and when presented with claims of possible environmental questions, have properly asked for scientific studies that would clarify if those claims are accurate or not. When we were last down here and Willamette Riverkeeper lawyer made numerous claims about possible impact of boats, you all rightfully asked if they had studies to back up those claims, and they said they did not. I am a longtime member of Environment Oregon, and I used to work for Greenpeace. Science and facts matter, and especially given many of the bias and personal attacks made against other river users and groups, as well as statements continually made and evidence put forth that does not appear to be accurate, it is absolutely critical that objective environmental site studies be done if there are legitimate environmental concerns. The expert testimony before this board last year from the wave experts at OSU were that there are many factors, mostly involving natural forces and development on the banks, that are known to be significant contributors to erosion. They stated that wakes had a small impact. The extensive wake studies done by the University of Tasmania clearly made the statement that even the largest wake boat wake at 100 feet at the most was only 18 inches.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mark Crawford from Lake Oswego. I'm a single dad and have two teenage daughters. We keep our boat on the lower Willamette and spend well over 200 hours per season on the river. So I've seen many things happen on the water. Really why I'm here is I've heard a lot of inaccurate things said about wake boats. And I've also seen insults and attacks being made on different user groups, which is only increasing the conflict on the river. These claims aren't substantiated, aren't backed by scientific studies. So I encourage the board to consider these claims only if they're substantiated and there's evidence backing those claims. I have many friends and colleagues that live on the river, have lived on the river for decades, and own boats and feel like they're not being heard by the board, or that they're not being considered, their rights aren't being considered. And lastly, I think education is required or needed across all user groups. That goes from wakeboarders to tubers to paddlers, and not just focus on wake boats and wake sports. And then existing rules need to be enforced. I think with those activities, we could reduce a lot of the conflict on the river. And I guess the other thing too is on the upper river, with a lot of the restrictions that have put in place and the wake zones or the wake sports areas that have been created, all that's done is created congestion and conflicts in other areas. And I want to make sure that anything that's implemented on the lower river has input from all the user groups, and we get some kind of consensus that is fair across the board.
Thank you, Mark. So we have Julie and Kurt now, and on deck is Aaron Patterson and Chris Mitchell.
Hi, thanks for having us, giving us the opportunity. My name's Julie Miller. I live in Aurora. I don't live on the river, but I grew up in a boating family all my life, been on many waterways in Oregon, and my husband and I have owned a boat. We've lived in that area for 29 years, and we water ski on that part of the river. So this is personal. I don't have any scientific information to share, so, but thanks for giving me the time. When this originally started several years ago, the concern was more about the erosion and wear and tear to boat docks. To my understanding, this was not verified. I'm just going to rip through my notes here. More related to storms, water level, river flow, trees, debris, etc. In my opinion, inner tubers are more of a safety issue, weaving through boat traffic. The summer of 2019 was, to me, more dangerous on the river because it forced boaters to be more restricted into the new zones. And so the traffic was much more concentrated. The restrictions, where'd it go? Oh, the buoys that mark the zones are confusing. They don't really tell you if you're entering or leaving the restricted area. So to me, that's kind of an issue. People that live on the river have chosen to live on the river, and with that come maintenance. They have moved to the nuisance, in my opinion, like moving to the airport and complaining about the noise. We have many friends that live on the river and have boat docks that enjoy the river and have no complaints. I personally have not seen issues with the erosion any different than when we originally started using the river. We ski on that river 2 to 3 times a week in the summer. We rarely see a sheriff. If the river is so dangerous, maybe more patrol presence is needed. I feel the existing rules and regulations, like I said, if patrolled are enough and that the additional restrictions aren't necessary. I'm against restricting the use of a public river and or land. The towing program, I was just confused. Is that only for the Willamette? I wasn't sure.
Actually, I didn't realize I was signing up to speak, so.
Oh, if you don't want to speak, you don't have to.
Okay.
Okay. So Aaron Patterson and Chris Mitchell with Craig Walker, and I have Rick down here, but Jeff speaking. So then Greg Waters would be on deck here with Craig Walker after these two speak. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erin Patterson. My family and I live on the Willamette River. We've lived there since 2011 in West Lynn. I was very saddened to hear the call for restricting wake surfing on the Willamette River and the recent Newburgh regulations that also include wakeboarding. I feel it's unfair to restrict specific boaters' rights based on certain people's preferences. I didn't realize that public waterways had the general practice of restricting specific sports enjoyed by so many. I believe Oregon to be an inclusive state and hope we can come together to find a solution that will work for a majority that enjoy the river. However, I don't believe overregulation of a natural resource is necessarily the way to do this. I think I can say this best through my 7- and 9-year-old daughter's perspective. They are the first to enforce no wake zones in our area near the Cedar Oak boat ramp. They view this as safety. When we see garbage floating in the river, they ask us immediately to turn around our boat to pick it up. They collect glass and garbage throughout the entire summer on the beaches. They kayak, paddleboard, water ski, and wake surf, but they love wake surfing above all. They have learned confidence, independence, and environmental respect. These are the people of our future, and these are the kind of boat owners we want to work with to encourage in our backyard. The Newburgh laws will be an interesting case study. Those that enjoy the river and choose not to go through the extra safety requirements will only move downriver. We have seen an increase in traffic already this past summer below the Willamette Falls, and I feel we'll see an exponential amount this summer due to the Newburgh restrictions. An attempt to alleviate congestion for one area will contribute to another. To provide a proper study, there needs to be a multi-year review on these claims like erosion, including a baseline for understanding the sources of natural erosion and potential contributions and to any thoughts on acceleration. In regards to the Newburgh Pool Study Guide that lists towed sports education, but only calls out wakeboarding and wake surfing requirements for a towed water sports education card. This bill was passed and should have been safety for all sports. It seems provincial to assume that only two are responsible for managing safety on the river.
Thank you, Maren.
Hi, my name is Chris Mitchell, and I'm a Willamette River front property owner and also hold the position of chairman of the Westland River Association, a group of residents of 140 households with Willamette Riverfront property who do not actually have a problem with erosion, etc. It is my belief that any thoughts of change in the access and the use of the river should not be considered until the proper hydro and eco studies have been gone through completely. And this process would obviously take several years to at least commission and complete. Only after said studies have run their course and results have been publicly made available should any proposal for possible change be considered. And then it should be put to the full Oregon statewide ballot. This issue is not just a mile marker home issue, nor is it related just to river users of the stretch of water. This is a precedent-setting issue which requires the entire Oregon population to be able to weigh in on it, as it may set a precedent which denies Oregonians access to waterways everywhere. It is my firm belief that any other path on this topic will just be inviting a litigious nightmare, as property and boat owners and river users, each wanting to satisfy their own needs of entitlement, would seek to drag any unresearched and uncertified decisions through the court, where a hastily changed rule would be fought for years. As it currently stands, there are currently multiple rules governing usage of both powered and unpowered craft on the river. If they were adhered to and policed better, a large percentage of these issues relating to the sharing of the waterway would be alleviated. Okay.
Great, thank you very much. Rick from Aurora didn't want to speak.
No, pass.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Greg Waters and Renee Morgan. And then on deck, Barb Verboot did not put down that she wanted to speak. So Ken Verboot and Andy Dubose are on deck.
You missed my name. You said it once, but now you left it off. Craig Walker.
Oh, I'm sorry, Craig. Yes, I'm sorry. I missed. Yeah, I apologize. So you are actually up right now.
Hi, my name is Greg Waters. I'm an avid boater on the Upper Willamette River and have been since I moved here in '96. I purchased a house 5 doors down from the Boonesbury Marina, where I also rent a slip at the marina. We were waiting a long time for something in the area to become available because of how much time we spent on the river. I grew up on the water, and it's the environment I want my daughter to grow up in. She's out there wakeboarding, wake surfing, fishing, kayaking, paddleboarding all summer long. She even climbs a slide attached to a dock, and not once have I thought she was in danger, even on the heaviest traffic boat days. These excessive rules would also have a major impact on how I provide income for my family. I sell and service the boats that are being targeted. Not only does it affect my family's income, but also my 20+ coworkers and their families, along with all the businesses and manufacturers that we do business with. As far as erosion, I see pics out there with the little brown water coming off the sides of the river on heavy boat days. If you go look at the river right now, the whole river's swelling. When the water goes down, my neighbors have a lot of extra mud on their riverbanks because of the high water in the wintertime. The boats we're running in aren't making that kind of impact. I also have a lot of neighbors that couldn't be here, that wanted to be here. The average person is likely to participate in power boats and water sports that live on the river. Is also the same person is likely to have a full-time profession and able to cancel a meeting or reschedule a business trip to attend here. And the lack of attendance is not to be confused with the support found by many homeowners for towed water sports. Thank you.
My name is Craig Walker. I live on the Willamette, halfway between Wilsonville and Newburgh. I've been there about 24 years. I arrived for the 200-year floods, 1 year after the other. And there was substantial damage to all the docks on the Willamette. I watched at least 40 docks go by my house. They weren't taken out by wakeboard boats. In fact, wakeboarding and wake surfing was kind of modest 25 years ago. The paddle wheelers were probably the first big wakes on the Willamette. And there's the residents of them left. Very substantial docks were built back then to withstand the paddleboard wakes. The tugboat that took the gravel from Wilsonville to Newburgh back and forth, had a huge wake. I don't know whether we're going to ban tugboats and business on the Willamette as well, because if they want to go back, the tugboat will have to go up the river. And I don't know if you're going to ban tugboats either. The wakeboarding and water skiing has been going on for 25 years. I arrived here to watch wakeboarding become a much bigger sport and wake surfing after that. And of course, like many of the speakers, my family and I have enjoyed it immensely. I've taught at least 100 or maybe 200 people how to wakeboard and surf. The dock damage and erosion, I have some other experience with. I was the general manager of the paper mill in Newburgh. We lost our effluent dike. It slid into the Willamette River in the middle of one of these great big winter floods. And we commissioned an engineering company to rebuild it, but they were not allowed to use riprap because of environmental rules on the river that maybe should be looked at. So we built another dike with very small gravel, and it washed into the river the next year. A couple of $1 million worth of damage, had nothing to do with wakeboarding, everything to do with the size of the river flood in the winter. And you're not talking about that, and I don't know that we have any control of the size of the flood. The PG jams on Detroit and other places have power rules, which maybe cause a bigger flood than they might otherwise. I have no idea. But it's certainly the biggest damage on the river to docks and erosion is in fact the winter flooding. And we know it keeps coming. It might be getting worse with logging and climate change. It's not wakeboarding.
Thank you, Craig. Renee Morgan and Ken Verbor. And then on deck is Kelly Gilmore and Darby Collins. I have you in the right order now.
Chair Early and board. I am not part of today's discussion on the upper river issues, but I am here from the lower river, from Portland and South Reach. I just want to say very quickly that I need to reiterate the problems that we're hearing about wake, and particularly new wake. That's what we're seeing in Portland, that in the last few years, not only the erosion in the habitat are the problem, but for us, congestion and other users, conflict with other users. We have had an incredibly steep increase in the last 3 years of capsizings and swampings. And if you were at the boat show, you saw the shell that was snapped in half. And we're expecting it to happen. We're expecting more. There's no reason to believe it won't. And it is, as Travis Williams suggested, the engineering of the boats has changed. Things have changed. I've lived on the river for 15 years, never seen anything like it except in the last 2 to 3 years. And you'll hear that over and over again from our part of the river as well as the upper part of the river. I want to thank the board for allowing us to be a member of the Rule Advisory Committee. And I look forward to working with the board and presenting proposals in the spring for the Lower Willamette. Thank you.
I'm Ken Verboort. Good morning to the board. My wife and I moved onto the river 33 years ago. And 33 years, we've seen a lot of changes. 33 years ago, it was my family and we were skiing and we were tubing and our boats were 16, 18 feet long. I had a sleek craft, which was an 18-foot boat, which was huge for that time. And at that point in time, there were no meetings. What we're doing here today did not exist. Now that should tell you something. We've got meetings now because we've had changes. And those changes in the river have brought about all these meetings. They brought about conflict between homeowners. They brought hard feelings. They brought issues with the Marine Board and with the homeowners and with the people that are building and selling the boats. We're in this situation because things have changed. The river has not changed. The river is narrow and it has sensitive shorelines. That has not changed. Engineers somewhere or somebody in their garage came up with an idea that if they could make a big enough wake, they could ride like a surf on the ocean shores. And they're doing that now on the Willamette River. My shoreline, when we started skiing 33 years ago, on a sunny afternoon, you could watch the mud coming off the shore about 6 to 10 feet. And a year ago, 2 years ago, when I really started paying attention to this thing, it's gotten enormous. That mud line reached the back of my dock, which is 40 feet offshore. Last summer, that mud line reached 100 feet offshore. Thank you.
I'm Kelly Gilmore and Darby Collins. And then I have Anthony from Wilsonville who declined to comment. I have Bart Forsberg and Elsie Wolf that are on deck.
Good morning. Kelly Gilmore. I live in Wilsonville in the Renaissance Boat Club area. And our family utilizes the river in the summer, like a lot of the folks here. We're out there 2 to 3 nights a week and on the weekends. And I just wanted to make comment that the current rules in place seem to work really well. We were out there and didn't see any issues. We were mainly in that Eilers Road area because it's close to our home. If there was going to be any modifications to anything, I would say maybe potentially opening up that area to expand to the bridge or maybe Memorial Park so there's not as much traffic in front of the Eilers Road homes. I feel there's room for expansion there if you wanted to. The boat community, the wake sports community, I feel has compromised enough at this point. They've created zones, so they've restricted where we can go. They've limited the weight to 10,000 pounds. And then now they're requiring a towed water sports endorsement. So I feel like that's been, enough compromise. And we just don't want to see the sports that so many people enjoy and love disappear. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Darby Collins, and today I'm here as a riverfront owner in the Newburgh Pool. And I want to take the board back a bit to 2008, when you all recognized there was a problem in the Newburgh Pool, and you put limitations on wake enhancing devices. So 2008, 12 years ago. And in those days, the boats were maybe 4,000 pounds, and you saw there was a problem in the Newburgh Pool. It's 12 years later, the boats are bigger, there's more people, and there's more problems. Behavior's worse. And I think what I'd encourage you to think back to why you made those brave decisions in 2008. This is a narrow, congested, environmentally sensitive river that can't handle this kind of activity. And so, I mean, we keep having the same conversations over and over again. And I would also encourage the board to really talk to staff about how do you start to benchmark these things, because the anecdotes here keep going round and round, because what you benchmark and what you measure is what's successful. And I have seen nothing but anecdotes come out of staff and sometimes board members when they talk to 3 people and then say it's a good thing. So I think as we move forward, start to get data. And also I'd encourage you to look back at what the House Natural Resources Committee heard from Oregon State scientists. It's online. You can hear it. Just what they heard, all the scientific studies, it's online. And that's what caused the House Natural Resource Committee to pass House Bill 2351, which was Greenway related, and House Bill 2352. So if the board hasn't looked at that science from the scientists, I would encourage you to do that. The link is available. I've seen it sent out from staff. Very simple. But they spoke because the legislator wanted to hear directly. So I would encourage you guys to get deep in this, but look back. You've already done it. You've made strong and courageous decisions in the whole gate channel, and I urge you to do it again. Thank you.
Bart Forsberg and Elsie Wolf with Whitney Lowe and Joanne on deck. Okay. Do we have somebody else coming in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who are you looking for?
Are you Bart?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I'm looking for Elsie.
She's coming.
Okay. I can't hear you. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bart Forsberg. Thanks for having me here today to provide testimony. I'm a resident of Wilsonville. I've lived in Wilsonville for over 10 years. I own a home on the river and I have a dock on the river. A little bit about my background. I'm an outdoorsman. I'm a fisherman, and I use the outdoors of the Northwest and really enjoy the outdoors. So I have a very, very deep passion for the protection of our outdoors and the protection of our fish that migrate up and down the river. I also, as I said, live on the river, and I have a wake boat, and I do wake surf on the river. In my opinion, and I've heard a lot of opinion here today about erosion, and I'm not aligned to that opinion. I've lived on the river, and I've been an outdoorsman for many, many years, and I have not seen any degradation of our river associated with any of the wake sports that we see today. I would also echo what Mr. Radich said earlier, is that we have done a wave study. There has been a scientific wave study done, and it's determined that there's no differentiation between a regular boat at 100 feet and a wake surf boat at 300 feet from the shoreline. I'm here to offer my opinion that I feel like the wake sports are being overly restricted. I do appreciate that you put zones in place last year. I feel like that's maybe a step in the right direction, but I think it's forcing all of the wake surf boats into these certain zones, and there's other people that pass through those zones that are providing maybe some over concentration in those zones. My opinion should be you should expand more of the river to wake surf and spread the distribution of all the towed water sports out throughout the river. Thanks for hearing me today.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elise Wolf. I live in Sisters, Oregon. I'm part of Deschutes County, and I'm here to talk to you about the I know that you're not accepting comments on Gold Lake anymore. I am not clear whether or not you're accepting comments on the Twin Lakes. You did not do a public meeting like this or the December 3rd meeting for the Twin Lakes. So I'm going to speak about the lack of that public meeting. So let me start with that. There's 1,300,000 users of non-motorized lakes and river systems in Deschutes County. Gold Lake had 130,000. So the comparable user numbers are quite different. In Deschutes County, we have only the lakes that you are looking at for making non-motorized. If you look at a map, you will see that we have very few lakes and most of those have motorized boats. Now, the petition, let me say that, I think 1,300,000 people deserve a public comment period in Deschutes County. Gold Lake got one down in Eugene, so we should get one too. With that said, now let me address the Twin Lakes. The first, when this came out, the non-motorized boater evaluation in 2015, the third most important reason for visiting non-motorized boat areas was non-motorized boat access. So if you just look at this and if you studied this, you would find out that your reasons for putting a motorized engine on a non-motorized boat lake is actually argued against by that important study. Solitude and scenery and environment was also very important. Now let me talk about that. The assumption being made here is that motorized lakes, motorized boats have no noise and those might make no impact. But let me be clear. The technology of a motorized boat today, electric or gas, has very similar impacts. They can get a speedboat with an electric motor boat. And in your decision-making and rulemaking for Gold Lake, you mentioned none of that. The only consideration you have is, are people swimming?
Thank you.
In Deschutes County, people are not swimming.
Thank you.
I would like to play this.
I will. So just to give you.
This is an electric boat.
Excuse me. You go notice.
Okay.
So we are hearing a decision today about whether or not to open rulemaking. If rulemaking is open, there will be public hearings.
I'm a disabled person. The only way I can get to a private area is by driving.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
You can carry on with that one.
So we have Whitney and Joanne that are up next, and then Clint, if he wants to speak, and Joe Sheets.
You can talk about
I did. Joanne?
Go ahead.
I have, Whitney and Joanne.
Thank you to the board. My name is Whitney Lowe. I'm from Deschutes County also, and I want to continue this discussion about the non-motorized boat access. We have some serious concerns about allowing motorized boats in that area for a number of different reasons. In particular, in addition to the reasons mentioned earlier, is the importance of a non-motorized region. Clearly, there's a lot of people who are involved with water sports and wanting to do a variety of different things, fishing and things that involve motorized boat use. But there's also a very important reason for areas of solitude and non-motorized access. And there's becoming fewer and fewer of those places available. Some of the arguments have been made about wanting to have motorized boat access into a number of areas because, for example, people with disabilities were not able to get to some of these areas, and they wanted to be able to do this through motorized boat use. For some other people, my wife, for example, is not able to hike into the remote areas where there are non-motorized lakes. And so there's very few places a lot of times for people to have access to those tranquil environments that a non-motorized lake provides. So in addition to the whole issue of the lake experience or the non-motorized waterway experience, There's a number of other factors when you introduce motorized boats into these areas around sensitive habitats, around shorelines with various species that are feeding along shorelines that get disturbed by the propulsion of water from a motorized boat. There's some unique aspects of the biology of these individual lakes that we will be losing if every lake in this area becomes accessible to motorized boat use. So our encouragement is to really consider a lot more of the issues that are going to be a very important part of making these lakes stay pristine. That's a whole reason that some of these people, that so many people come to Oregon and come to these areas, is to take advantage of the experience that they can get in these areas. So yes, there's definitely a lot of places. We've heard all morning about people, being skiing, wakeboarding, and all that kind of stuff on the Willamette River. There's lots of places for people to engage in motorized water sports. Thank you.
Do I need to be closer to this? Joanne Crucione. I live in Wilsonville on the river. I want to thank Paige for saying that facts and data and science matter. I think that's all very true. There are a lot of PhDs that have weighed in on this issue. I think all of those things have been presented to the board, and I think we need to defer to those, the experts on this issue. The testimony of those scientists compelled the legislators to pass a law to protect this area of the Newburgh Pool. So I think that the science, if you haven't looked at the testimony, I think is important to look at. Insults, attacks, emotions really don't have a place. This is a yes or no answer. Does it work? Does it not? The facts are that there have been videos showing wakes going over docks. I've seen those. There are videos, evidence of erosion in the summer. There's a time-lapse video showing several feet of erosion that occurred over the summer. Dr. Lomanoco's testimony was taken out of context when he said boat wakes can be considered as small when it comes to erosion. And I think he's written a letter to the board to say that that was taken out of context. Dr. McFarlane, who did a study in the Newburgh Pool, said that he believes that surfing and wakeboarding should have special regulations due to the wake energy that he studied. I think that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Sheets.
Hello, my name is Joe Sheets. I live in Wilsonville on the Willamette River, on the riverbank on the north side of the river. And we have a dock. And with the time limitation, I just want to point out the erosion that I've seen firsthand. I've been a resident on that bank for 23 years now. And I have built a dock that withstands usage of people enjoying their boats in a public waterway. So right now we have a dock that I could be on a Sunday afternoon, highly congested day in August, and boats going by, and we can eat dinner. My 4-year-old can walk around with his fishing pole. My wife can safely paddleboard. I mean, we do everything. We paddleboard, we fish, we wakeboard, we water ski, kayak, everything. We live there because of the awesome recreation that we can do in our backyard. The erosion that I've seen in the 22 years on my property is 99% Mother Nature. And right now my dock is elevating because of the river levels, because of the rain. When they let water out of Detroit Lake is effective. And that's when logs come down from the high water levels and hit my dock. That's the only erosion my dock sees. My bank is affected from the high water levels, but that's Mother Nature. There's been scientific study on boat wakes, and I just have never seen a problem with my dock. The way I've built it, it's higher level than the old docks. If you've got problems and safety concerns about your dock, it's because it's probably an old wood dock and needs to be rebuilt. So we do that. We did that. And if you want to be safe, I suggest you do the same thing. Again, we eat dinner on our dock on the high congested days, and it's just fine. I don't want to endorse any of the concepts. If I have to, it'd be the concept A. but I'm not up for regulation. I see all sorts of different kind of boats. Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay, and Clint decided that he would like to speak. So if you'd like to come forward, please.
You talking to me?
Clint,
I
yes.
asked only because I'm deaf too, so.
Okay. What?
Yeah. I used to tell jokes like that and it's suddenly grow into it. It's not funny anymore. But I do appreciate a good humor. I'd like to address you about Gold Lake and appreciate you taking the time to address the issue, but
Introduce yourself and where you're from.
oh, I'm sorry.
That's
My
okay.
name is Clint Brumma. I live in Eugene, Oregon. I wrote the petition, asked for the rule change on Gold Lake, Oregon to allow the use of electric motors. And I didn't realize how prevalent my particular personal issue was, where I got to the point with arthritis in my thumbs that I couldn't row a boat anymore for, but a short period of time. I can do on lakes, but no longer do I raft whitewater or anything like that because of it. So I just kind of left, stuck with it and left it out until I was fishing with a friend who asked me if I could row the boat because his back was bothering him. And so that started me thinking the process about what do we have to do, learned that process, went through it. And since then I've found out people who fish that lake for years no longer do because they can still row a boat, but if the wind comes up, they couldn't get back to the boat ramp. Just little things like that that have just popped up everywhere. So that started this whole process, and I appreciate you addressing it. And we'd just like you to support the idea if it's at all possible. I think it will actually increase the use of lake by the older generation that used to fish it and no longer can. And at the same time, it will do no significant change to the environment of a quiet, peaceful mountain lake that people go to fish. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to make one last call. I have everybody that has signed up on here to speak has already spoken. If you have already spoken, this is not an offer for you to speak again, just to be clear. But if you have not spoken and you would like to, please come forward and state your name and where you're from.
Good morning to the Marine Board members and staff. My name is Beth Biggs, and I live in Newburgh, Oregon, in the Newburgh Pool. I will be brief, just in regard to the decisions that you need to make today with the zones. I just want to caution you that your option A just kind of pushes around the edges a bit, and we'll be having these discussions again because other neighbors who will be extended into a surf zone will come forward and be concerned about it. And so back to Darby's comment, I encourage you to be bold and make a solution that's going to help get this out of your hair a bit. And I don't think option A does that. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Tyler Bullock. I am a local firefighter paramedic, also part of the water rescue team. I'm on the Newburgh Pool 2, 3, 4 times a week. I'm out there a lot. Safety is my number one concern. I see a lot of terrible things. So the minute something happens, I want to be there to help. Being on that Newburgh Pool, I have yet to have to stop to help anyone. I've never seen anybody in danger or anything like that. We've had close calls with tubers and jet skiers not following protocol out there and just operating dangerously. So in that aspect, I think it needs to be looked at deeper into those two aspects as well, not just the wakeboarders. But I also grew up in Southern Oregon on the North Umpqua, which is a very beautiful place, fished my whole life down there. There's no wakeboard boats on that river except for a tiny spot above the Winchester Dam. The erosion on that river has changed my fishing hole for the last 20 years. Every year I go, it's different. And that's going to be anywhere high moving water comes through. As you see on the river right now, it's high moving water. It's going to erode the bank summertime. And I feel like some of this damage from that and then going on could be seen later during the summer months when people are enjoying those things. So I think that we need to really look into this deeper than just start taking one sport and saying that they're at fault for this kind of things. So if we could take a deeper look and really look at all water sports across the board and make sure that
we're educating people. I know I go up with a lot of people at wakeboard, and we're all about educating, making sure that our sport can go further by people being smart on the river and enjoying it with everyone. So I'd like to thank you guys very much for listening to me today.
Thank you. Okay, last call for public comment. All right, we will close the public comment for now then and move on to our agenda items. So we have agenda item A, the director's report. Director Warren.
Chair, Early, members of the board, I don't have anything specific I want to call out in the report. You all received it. I do want to provide the board with an update that got a notice about a week ago from Secretary of State that they're going to start a risk assessment on our agency. Very routine in the state system. Our agency has not been looked at in 10 years, so it's actually we're probably about due. People often misperceive what Secretary of State does and what auditors do, and they think it's usually a lot more exciting than it is. They're generally looking at your fiscal controls, looking at your policies and procedures, looking at state accounting rules, and making sure that you're doing transactions in accordance with those. Auditors have a gift. If you have one transaction you don't want to look them to see, they somehow always seem to just reach right in and find that one. But it's good. We learn, we get better. And so we will start that engagement process. My experience has been it can take anywhere from a couple weeks to a couple months. And so we'll just keep the board informed as we go on.
Chair Early,
Yes.
do you have questions for Director Warren?
Yes.
Sure.
The abandoned and derelict vessel program. I see where we got some funds recovered from Portland Bureau of Environmental Services and Department of State Lands, which is a very good thing. Is there other opportunities to get some funding when we remove these abandoned and derelict vehicle vessels?
Member with the Dorothy Deal will be speaking a little bit later about a grant that we're requesting from the federal government. But in general, when we have an abandoned vessel, derelict vessel, Dorothy particularly is working with the local entities involved and quite honestly trying to shake them down for money, right? Trying to get anybody who might be able to contribute funds to contribute funds. Some organizations are able to, some aren't. Some of them are more interested than others in doing that. Multnomah County, I think they deal with the issue a lot, so there's a lot of partners in the area that are stepping up and recognizing the scope and size of the issue. So we're starting to see more help, which helps make the money go further. You get to those small coastal port towns, they quite frankly do not have a lot of money a lot of times. So.
Well, I certainly appreciate the effort to try to recover funds.
Yeah.
Support that program. Director Warren, and under the Clean Marina program, do we have a list of the marinas that we've certified as clean?
Member Withy, we do, and I'm not 100% certain, but I believe they're online as well.
Yes.
I'm getting a couple nods, so yes.
I can look at that. Yeah. And then a question on the aquatic invasive species prevention program. What is board's role when we find that body of water has been infested or?
Sure. So member Withy, I can only draw from what we've seen happen in other states, which is, let's say we had a positive hit in the state of Oregon for an aquatic invasive species. Usually over the period of about 30 to 60 days, some sort of emergency gets declared at the state level. They almost stand up like a wildfire type team that takes a look at it, approaches it from a very emergency management type standpoint. And at some point within the first 1 to 6 months, there's generally some sort of boating restrictions that get put in place. Usually it's around being checked on your way in and out so that you get a full inspection. So the board's role, I think, would be to understand the issues. We staff would be trying to bring the board together with the emergency management approach, and you would anticipate being asked for some changes to rules for voting.
Is the board the lead agency in that effort?
Member Withy, I don't think that we're the lead, but we definitely have a big impact. We actually, later this year in May, we're going to do a little mock-up exercise at Lake Billy Chinook where we pretend like we've had a hit and see what happens. And I think that's going to actually help clarify some of those roles. So a lot of talk, there's an invasive species council that the state has. It was actually expanded in the last legislature to include legislative representation and the governor's office representation. And I think right now it's starting to try to figure out what does exactly happen, because we've seen it play out in other states, and if you don't have a plan that you've tested, it just kind of comes out.
So the outcome of that exercise will be to establish roles, responsibilities.
I think it's going to definitely give us some more clarity. So I think in my experience with those type of exercises, at some point, you're kind of like, I remember when I was involved with some disaster planning around building. Early on, staff was put out in the parking lot, and then it was nobody's job to send them home. So what happened with 1,000 people that were standing outside for 8 hours kind of thing. So those type of things start to become clear in those exercises of if there's a lack of leadership, who's communicating, who's doing what. And so I think that'll be a good opportunity to learn about that.
Who is taking the lead in that exercise?
The Invasive Species Council, which again is that one I just spoke to.
Do you have a date for that?
Member Jackson, I do. May 7th is coming to mind, but I'll make sure that's true and get that out.
Thank you.
For everybody.
Then Director Warren, under the voting safety program, we identify fatalities we've had in 2019, which are very concerning. Is there something the board should be doing to try to reduce fatalities? Looking at the statistics and coming up with the causes and maybe implementing some educational programs or other programs to help reduce the accidents that are going on?
Member with you, I might actually, it sounded like Chair Early was going to chime in there. So.
Yeah, well, I know that on a couple of these, there have been issues with life jackets. And so an educational component has, I know that we've reached out with that to try to get more information out there about inflatable life jackets. And because a lot of people think that they're, fail-proof, I guess you would say, and that's not always the case. And having them tested or having them inspected on a regular basis has been kind of an issue too. In 2018, there was a guy who drowned on the Elko River, and he had on an inflatable. This year we had one also, and it's my understanding that the Marine Board was able to get that life jacket and then was able to evaluate it and determine that it had been modified. And so these kinds of things are really important for boaters to know. And so in trying to reduce the overall number of fatalities due to boating accidents, I think getting that educational component up to speed more is going to be helpful. And just the messaging of wearing more life jackets.
I remember with you, I think one of the challenges is generally we're under 20 fatalities a year, and one is too many, but it's hard to pull out trends when there's 20. But inflatable life jackets is certainly one. I know after we shared some of the information about the modified inflatable, Member Jackson shared that she'd even done some modifications on her own, but luckily hers still works. And so I told her we anticipate this spring. We've shot some video of staff using some of the inflatables. I will tell you, if you go look at pool day, which I think you might have last year with law enforcement, when you see people jump into a pool with an inflatable life jacket and they hit the bottom of a 20-foot pool before it pops and they come back up, it makes you think about whether you want to hold your breath that long and whether you still want to rely on an inflatable to do that. And so that's an example. One of the other pieces I would point out is when I was up at the NASBA annual conference in Anchorage, there was a really interesting discussion from the occupational health group. And what they see is the Coast Guard's got some really tight rules around what counts as a boating accident and even what counts as a boating fatality. So if you recall, we had some rules around putting a helmet on or offering a helmet. In that case, the individual that died in what we would generally think of as a boating accident, she didn't get counted as a statistic based on the Coast Guard rules. So the occupational health people came to this and they said, You guys are saying there's about 3,000, you guys being all the boating safety people across the nation, 3,000 or 4,000 accidents a year, but we've got data from hospitals that shows there's 20,000 accidents. And so at a national level, boating safety people are starting that discussion through the NASBA organization to say, maybe we shouldn't declare victory quite yet and give ourselves awards for safety improvements. Maybe we should understand what these public health people are telling us about what's going on out there. When people show up at the hospital and say, I was hurt in a boating accident, but yet they don't meet the qualifications or they don't show up on a Coast Guard statistic. So that work's happening nationally.
Well, Director Warren, I'm just searching for ways that the board can influence this issue. You know, we have the sheriffs inspecting the boats. There's something more that sheriffs can do to ensure that that the boats are safer, they have the right devices on board, and the life vests are operational. Is there something we can add to that inspection that they do?
Remember, with you, we could look at that. We can't require more than the Coast Guard requirements allow us. I think I always caution folks, even when the Coast Guard inspects you, you know, outside of the sheriffs. Then we've got a former Coast Guard member here. Sorry, he'll be up later. Morning, Mark. They're not necessarily agreeing that what you're about to do is a good idea. They're just saying that you have the safety equipment needed and you've got, you know, water on your boat. And so what you're getting at to me is more the education component. There's a component that my boat's safe, I've got life jackets, I've got fire extinguishers, I've got a noise-making device. And then there's I'm about to head out on a really rough day and hope that my boat makes it. Kind of.
Well, Director Warren, I've been inspected by the Coast Guard on several occasions in Alaska.
Yeah.
In fact, it's been given a ticket by the Coast Guard for the improper use of a life jacket.
Yeah.
So I know there are standards that the Coast Guard has, and if we can ensure those are met in our inspections by the Sheriff Department, it could help and help educate those people that need to be using the life jacket.
Sure. Remember, with our law enforcement receives training at different pieces on how to do the inspections. The Coast Guard Auxiliary plays a big role in that, and they certainly partner with us frequently about what they're doing out there. And then the Coast Guard itself also keeps the lines of communication open. So,
well, Director Warren, I'm all about trying to reduce the fatalities if possible. And for the rest of the board members, the law enforcement training is being offered again in Billy Chinook this April, May. I encourage all board members that can to attend that. It's very informative, and it really helps emphasize with the Sheriff's Department the criticality of that training. So I encourage all board members who can to attend. And I suggested to Director Warren, maybe we change the board meeting scheduled for mid-April to at the same time as that training. Then we could show our commitment to the sheriffs that we support them.
Okay. Well, thank you. Anything else?
I'm sure there'll be more later.
Just an update too, because on the law enforcement training along those lines, the special emphasis patrols that were scheduled down in Southern Curry County this past weekend were blown out. We had way too much water, so there really weren't any boats out there. So it was canceled, and hopefully it will be refocused. I know that Eddie is working on rescheduling it, not refocused. So it'll be rescheduled for perhaps later in the year. Okay. So if there aren't any other questions, then we'll move on to item B, which is the board member onboarding guide, and Director Warren. That's okay. First of all, I want to thank Jennifer for putting this together. This was a significant portion of our reading material. But I want to thank you for all the time that you spent on this. That was a tremendous effort, and something that's kind of been, you know, one of my goals to get done before I leave the board. So thank you very much for the time you spent on that. Okay, Director Warren.
Sure. Chair, early members of the board. So last July, you'd asked for some better onboarding, and certainly didn't disagree with that. So first step of that was to start to build a new member board guide. We've gotten some feedback that it's long. Managers had a lot of discussion about that. I would offer that a lot of the length comes from printing out things like the ethics guide, like the Oregon revised statutes that belong to us, Oregon administrative rules that belong to us. We could certainly shorten it up significantly by just saying, if you want a link, go look at it, here it is. We could also do, kind of dealer's choice. If a new board member wanted all that printed out and put in the book, we could do that. And if they didn't, we could provide it as a link inside of the book. So we could accommodate both. So it'd be interesting to hear board members' thoughts, and we can make adjustments and bring it back to you in April, hopefully in a final form.
When I opened it up and I saw how many pages it was, my first reaction was, holy cow.
Excellent.
But wait, I really appreciate the first couple of sections, because as a new board member, who is the staff responsible for what? How do I get a hold of them? Who are the other board members? What is the history of our agency? What is our function? All of that was really important. I would have loved to have had that when I came on board last year. The additional materials, when we start talking about like the state ethics stuff, some of the deeper dives into rule language, things like that, I think it's really helpful to have it as a reference. I like to do a lot of my reading online, so having all of that in one giant PDF, I don't find to be a problem, because I can always search for keywords that I'm looking for, things like that. I sure as heck wouldn't print it all out. But I think as somebody who intends to be on the board for, full term, having that stuff in one concise place where I can have it stored on my tablet or on my hard drive at home, to be able to say, oh, I'm not understanding this. Oh, look, I'll go look in the book, and here's the piece of legislation that says I need to do this. I think it's really great to have all that, because it is like a nice, concise encyclopedia of where we can look for information.
Go ahead.
Director Warren and Jennifer, I think it's an excellent start. I think it is a massive document, so overwhelming for any new board members. I would like to change the organizational format, as you guys suggested. There are a lot of reference material. I like to have a hard copy as opposed to Laura, so I can leaf through it and find the references. But I like to have separated from those references the operating document, if you will. How to conduct a board meeting, how to make a motion, what I learned about in reading this document.
Yeah.
And other aspects of that really tells you how the board functions and operates. I'd like to have that separated from all the reference material, so that we can have that readily available to understand what our mission is, how we operate, and how we function. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. Anybody else?
As the new board member, it's an overwhelming document. I will definitely more than one pass at it to feel like I fully comprehend it. I do appreciate having everything in one spot. I may be the exception to my generation. I like things both digital and printed. There's benefits in both. But I could definitely see how it might be beneficial to link to some of those supporting documents, whether they be a part of the PDF or be available elsewhere. Maybe they don't all need to be in one book.
I kind of like it to a owner's manual in a car. You got a book that thick, but then they give you that quick reference guide. I kind of like that. That would be, okay, this is like he said, how we make a motion. Stuff that we really are going to be diving right into, like first day. So I would definitely like to have that, like a quick reference guide, and then, kind of the key points, and then, have links that you can go on. So I think that would be good.
So just to make sure because we'd like to hopefully bring this back April and have it completed. It sounds like folks are supporting the idea. Craig started with there, where we reorganize the reference material towards the end, bring up all of the more pertinent documents. We could even highlight for a new board member, day one, get through this before you show up. And then we can make it, as we're hearing, people like it in different formats, so we can adjust to that. If folks want us to print it out, we can print it out. And if folks just want to know that there's a link out there, we can clarify that as well.
There is one other part of that I would like to talk to. and that's the history. The history that's in the back of that is very valuable. As a new board member, you don't have that history. One of the great concerns I have is when Chair Hurley leaves the board, we'll lose an awful lot of history. And I would like to tap into her to update that book. So we have as much history from her as we can get.
You're talking about the last part of it that talks about the current issues.
Yes.
Because as somebody who's stepping onto the board, you're jumping right into the middle of Newburgh Pool and the Willamette River. And so you need to kind of have that history. That's what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If we get into issues here, that as a new board member, you have no knowledge of what's transpired in the past, and you're expected to vote on a motion. It's pretty hard to do that when you don't have that knowledge.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So, I would echo what everybody else has said too. I thought it was big. and I like to have it so that, because, I've been asked a couple of times about what part of our authority talks about finances. And so, having that as a reference material to be able to flip through and be able to say, this is what references our obligations and our authority. So those things are important. But I look forward to seeing the finished product.
So I think with that, Jennifer, to put you on the spot, do you have any questions that would help you? I think the reorganization, and I can already think about how we might do that, make it clear to folks what they should go through and what's reference material. And
Yeah, the reference material could be almost like appendices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. So,
you guys didn't find the RSS to be more riveting than evening TV?
I did read them
That's good.
again.
Good.
So, yeah, because we used to, when I first came on, I think they gave me a book, the entire book of ORSs and the specific chapters. And
That's a big book.
it was a big book. Yes, it was. Yeah, I still have it. So, okay, so I think that we'll go ahead and go through item C, which is the legislative concepts update. So Director Warren.
Sure. So, Chair Hurley, members of the board, this is just more of an information that, believe it or not, we're already planning for the 21 session. So the process to do that for agencies starts earlier even when you have a board, such as the Marine Board. And so you can expect in April to have two things happen. One, we'll be presenting the proposed 21-23 budget. And we'll do a little, since a lot of folks are new to it, we'll provide a little more background on process, how it works, what's in our budget. I hate to say our budget will be boring this time, but it sort of is going to be boring. We don't anticipate any new fees. We don't anticipate new fee increases, which means by and large, it's going to be an exercise of adjusting our budgets based on the guidance that we've received from the Department of Administrative Services. But we'll make sure that's all clear as we go through that. The board at that meeting would be asked to approve the budget going forward. That would allow staff to keep working on it, and we can bring it back to the July meeting for one more look and one more final approval before it gets submitted at the end of August. And so that's the budget piece of the pie. And the other piece that will happen is on odd years, it's the chance for agencies to propose legislation that they want to propose. We had 7 legislative concepts in 2019. I think we were declared the Grand National winner for the most concepts, particularly for an agency our size. We won't be having that many in my mind. If we have 1 to 2, that's probably quite a bit. So we're going to keep working through. There's some ideas floating around about extending some grants out for tribes. We did that with the Waterway Access Grant, and all of the rest of our grants aren't open to them. There are some issues still floating around with some guides and charters that we're still looking at to see whether they're going to be viable for a concept going forward. We're reaching out to some partners on some ideas around law enforcement that quite candidly would be better for the foreign organizations to carry than us. And so just really expect 1 to 3 legislative concepts. So, and when we get to the April board meeting, we'll talk through process, timeline, make it very clear where your decision points are, where they're not, and at what point it goes out into the wild and we lose control of it. So just an informational, since this is all new and folks probably aren't thinking about 2021 yet. Budget people are already thinking 23, 25. When he talked about, the other day, I told my son that his car tags were expired. It turns out they were next year. And I told him, I said, when you work state budget, you're always 2 years ahead. So I truly made a mistake, which is pretty good. So.
Any questions? Okay, so legislative concepts update, we'll look forward to hearing about that. I know that there are some more, there are some charter and guide things that didn't get done last time that might have a little bit more support this time. So we will move on to item D. Everybody okay right now?
Chair, really, if we could, we actually will set up a slideshow for the next presentation. It might be a good time to.
Okay, if there's a slideshow to set up, I was thinking that we would need to, yeah, that would be great. Okay, so we'll take about a 10-minute break.
You were getting strong.
It's at the very end.
Anyway.
It's like the last day of April.
Oh, so
First 2 weeks of May.
I'm not sure we can move the meeting or not. I mean, that is.
It would be nice to see.
But we don't always look that.
So just talk.
I know, it's fun.
It starts the last week of
The last day of April.
and then the first week of May.
The mouse is.
It's gonna be after this. Oh, you're welcome. Okay.
Our online.
What is it? I think it's the last day of April.
I was gonna say, look at like. It's like.
Right, so that's where the board will provide an update on that process or staff introduces.
It starts on the 27th of April and it goes to the 8th of May.
So you can drop in.
We're actually hoping
Okay.
I'm gonna have to work.
Yeah.
So the first week is mostly classroom. Yeah, but this week, so the first week is classroom. And then goes.
That's why you're all. Yeah, I was wondering like, I was gonna go, I had to go, but I thought I so like, come out.
Yeah, and all you do is you let us know and then you just treat you like a guys.
So, security location and what kind of.
If you actually have an invasive species found in a lake, there ought to be someone, agency that is in charge of that, notifies everyone, and puts together the response. Doesn't sound like it is.
No, we have a written response and it falls onto the water manager.
It was funny.
Exactly, so if it's like the it's. Managers.
So it'd be the harbor master for it.
It's in essence, yes, and so it's location dependent, and that's why we wanted to try, that's a big test site. So currently, managers, all the stakeholders.
We should have made a cute element.
Just nudge.
Yeah, I'm really over that phase.
And then, all of them, what's called the joint convention centers. Everyone's going to work with other contractors. And of course, this is an exercise, but the important is really just to hear
I should better keep going with this.
My wife's got me on call her. She has me power like all this. I'm gonna try to hold off a little bit today because I know what's going on, but you know, still before that. Yeah, and then of course here. But it has worked. I just really kind of appreciate it.
I just think since you never stopped moving.
Yeah. Oh, there was a time when I could eat anything.
Right.
I quit about.
I've never seen you stop moving.
Just figure around and you can just do whatever you want.
Oh, it's fine. I soaked it up.
Yeah, that would have been a mess.
Yeah, that's, I would think that would be really something that would be good for you.
Yeah, but that's the right idea.
You know, I do that.
A little chilly, but.
No, it's.
Oh, it's not in the.
Okay, now that everybody's back, I think we'll go ahead and get rolling again here.
Yeah, it's fine. Just gonna.
And if you need to go back.
Okay, so,
Right.
our short break is over here now. We are reconvening for the Oregon State Marine Board meeting on January 22nd, 2020. And we are on item D. So the Oregon Board of Maritime Pilots presentation, Director Ward.
Chair Early, members of the board, we're gonna have some good confusion here for a few minutes. You have two director warrants, no relation. Director Warren oversees an organization that actually dovetails in with some of the work he'll tell you about and with our recreational boating. In the past, we've worked together with them and the United States Coast Guard on some make way stuff, particularly down the Louis 10 and the Columbia River. And we're starting to have a lot of issues and it feels like it's time to address that. Some of the safety concerns, remember with you talked about some of the fatalities and different pieces around that. This is an example of an area where we can do some work. So ask Director Warren to come in today and just give us some background about his organization so that we understand who they are and what they do and how we might interact with them. So turn it over.
Thank you, Director Warren. Chair Early, board members, good morning. As you said, I'm Mark Warren, Executive Director of the Board of Maritime Pilots. And I was just going to give you guys kind of a brief on what our board does and what the relationship is from the licensing of pilots and their operations. That kind of dovetails into recreational boating and kind of where our two worlds tend to meet on the river. With that, I'll give you a little bit of background on myself. I was in the Coast Guard for 25 years, was enlisted for 12 years, and then went to officer candidate school and finally retired as a lieutenant commander after 13 years of commission work. I was with the OLCC for 5 years. I was the area inspector for Columbia County, Clatsop County, and Tillamook County. I had over 400 licensees there, and I've been with the Board of Maritime Pilots for about 2 years now. It was actually a little over 2 years now. So that's a little background on me. So our board, our structure and responsibilities, since we're we're both a licensing board and a rate making board. So the board is set by statute to be sort of adversarial. So we have 3 pilot members, 3 industry members. So we have the rate payers and then the people who are paid by the rates on an even footing. And then we have 3 public members who are not involved in any part of the maritime industry. They're just public members. So they kind of play the referee, so to speak, when it comes to rate making within our board. We are also a licensing agency. Primarily, our purpose is to license maritime pilots for the movement of cargo and ships through the Columbia River and throughout the state. So we also have pilotage grounds in Coos Bay and Yaquina Bay, as well as the Columbia River. The rate regulation, so we set tariffs for the rates for pilotage. The Columbia River is a compulsory pilotage ground. So any deep draft vessel that comes in carrying cargo, commercial vessel, has to have a pilot on board. That makes them basically a regulated monopoly because every vessel is required to have a pilot, and so they have to pay a pilotage fee. So that's where our board comes in to kind of levy that tariff rate. Pilots can't charge any more or any less than the board tells them they can charge, and the ratepayers pay no more or no less than the board agrees to have them pay. In our licensing avenue, we license all pilots. Only people who are licensed by the board can pilot vessels into the Columbia River. And we establish medical standards for those pilots, discipline for the pilots, and then the licensing standards and training and continuing professional development that they have to maintain their license to be pilots. We also investigate mishaps, incidents, and complaints against pilots. So any complaint against the licensee falls on the board to investigate that complaint. So the industry impact of the pilots, I was going to go through a little bit of history of pilotage, discuss kind of the economic impact today, and then kind of the safety of shipping as a whole and why we have pilots as a necessity for safety and environmental stewardship on the Columbia River. Pilotage, interestingly enough, was established in 1789, was the third act of the Congress of the United States to establish the Lighthouse Act, which included pilotage for all commercial vessels on the rivers and tributaries of the United States. So it was very high up in the regard for the new nation, and pilotage was then delegated to the coastal states. So every state regulates their own pilots. Every coastal state has its own board of maritime pilots in some way, shape, or form. Because the states are all different, they all manage it different ways. They all clearly have a different board management style or ability to manage their pilots. They all license their own pilots, and every state is different. So the federal pilotage law is only for U.S. flagged vessels overseas or in navigable waters of the United States. Any type of state pilotage is managed by the state. So the economic impact of pilotage itself here in the Columbia River, we do have a $26 billion economic engine in the Columbia River in the state. There's 55,000 industry-related jobs statewide, and it also has international trade impact, as we've seen through some of the trade issues that have gone on in the past year. Columbia River has been significantly impacted by international trade issues. So the pilots direct all the vessel transits for deep draft vessels from Coos Bay, Yaquina Bay, and then up the Columbia River, Astoria, St. Helens, Kalama, Longview, so Washington and Oregon ports. And Oregon pilots are the only pilots that are licensed on the Columbia River. There are no Washington pilots licensed on the Columbia River. And I'll go into a little bit more of that in a minute. The Columbia River bar is one of the most hazardous bars in the world, if not the most hazardous. The safety of life at sea and the impact of environment and economic impact if a vessel were to go aground or get damaged crossing this bar is the primary reason the state strictly restricts pilots only to take these vessels back and forth across the bar. The river transit is an 80-mile transit by ship. So even those are very treacherous with the water levels and some of the issues that we're going to talk about later on. So you want to have somebody who's familiar with the local environment, the river levels, the water levels to bring these ships up, or we'll have vessels running aground all over the place. So it's a very, very clear requirement to have a pilot on board these vessels so that we maintain the safety of shipping throughout the river system and we don't impact the economic engine that's been built here. So what I've kind of come to talk to you guys about is where this industry meets your recreational boaters. So piloted vessels are the largest vessels on the river. They're also the least maneuverable and usually the least speedy. So they're slow, they're not maneuverable, they're very susceptible to the current, to the water levels. So there's things that impede the piloted vessels that the pilots wanted me to bring to your guys' attention, so to speak. But there are things that you probably have no control over that happen on the water anyway. So some things that impede piloted vessels are protests. There's labor disputes, activists, people that want to get their message out. If they block a channel, it's news. So what they don't understand is if they block a channel, it's also very hazardous for everybody involved. And we do get a lot of enforcement assistance with those types of issues, most primarily because they are large news, large impact, and they're very disruptive to the entire navigational and commerce system. Recreational boaters aren't quite so newsworthy, just because there's a lot of them and it happens all the time. But so there's, with different types of boats out there, some of the things that get in the way of the pilots, there's power boats, sailboats. We also have wakeboards, sailboards, jet skis, anything that can be on the water that can get in the way of one of these large vessels can be a potential hazard and can cause a large problem if the pilot has to avoid a jet ski. You're talking about a 600 to 800 foot vessel that's trying to avoid a 12 to 15 foot jet ski in a large unmaneuverable ship with a jet ski that can go back and forth. It makes it kind of a David and Goliath situation, but you would think, well, the rule of raw tonnage would prevail, but that's not necessarily the rule of the sea because our pilots are always concerned about the safety of lives for everybody, and if they can avoid a collision, they will. There are also other commercial vessels on the water, so just the sheer amount of traffic in the river is also an impedance to piloted vessels. Generally, with other commercial vessels, they're in contact on the radio. They make passing signals. They maneuver around each other. The issue with a lot of recreational boaters is they're not on the radio. They're not communicating with these pilots, so they don't know neither knows what their intent is. So you have a large vessel that has an intent and a course that they can only maintain with recreational boats who are not talking to them about what they're planning to do or where they're planning to go. So then there's confusion on who needs to be out of the way of who, which just kind of amplifies that impact.
Do you broadcast what station you are talking on?
The pilots always use channel 13 and 16. That's required by international law to monitor those channels.
But do you let recreational boaters know that also? Because if somebody didn't know that those were the ones that you had to use, then they may not know what channel to monitor.
Certainly. And I know the Coast Guard regulations state that everybody monitors channel 16 if they have a radio. The problem is some of the vessels that are smaller aren't required to have radio. And a lot of people just carry cell phones these days as their emergency communications device, which doesn't help in communicating to other vessels. So it's.
But you are making a broadcast. So if someone does have a radio, they'll hear it.
Well, we don't. The ships don't broadcast like a urgent marine information broadcast or something like that. They don't make a continuous broadcast of vessels in the water, or they only make a broadcast if there is a vessel that's impeding them and they need to talk to them, and they'll try to communicate directly with them.
Okay.
I can say as a recreational boater on the Columbia, it does have a radio on 16, and then we also carry another that we keep on 13. We just listen in to the traffic, and because quite often, just the way the river curves, we may not see the ship until you're around the bend. But it's nice to be able to hear them and to know. And there have been times when the ship has called us as we're sailing, let us know we're getting a little close, or we might call them to just say, hey, don't worry, like we're tacking, we're get out of your way now.
Right, and that's great because that's what they prefer. I mean, if there's communication, then there's understanding on what everybody's doing. The issue becomes when people aren't communicating or anchored in the channel or some other type of maneuver that's less than safe. So we talked about the maneuverability of the deep draft vessels. They're slow. They're the big giants on the river. They can't maneuver. They're constrained by their draft, and there's a slide that kind of illustrates that in a minute. But there's only so much water that these ships can go in, especially when they're loaded. And they have to maintain at least only 2 feet of clearance underneath the keel. So you have these huge vessels that only clear 2 feet underneath the bottom of the river, and it's within a dredged channel. So if they have to move to the outside of the channel, the water becomes shallower, and at some point you give up that 2 feet and you run aground. So the safety issue is obviously a risk of collision, risk of grounding, loss of life, and any type of environmental catastrophe if the ship does run aground and happen to penetrate the hull. There are numerous regulations that regulate the traffic on the water. Generally, anytime there's an impedance problem, it's going to be a Rule 9 violation of the International Call Regs, which is right of way. So certain vessels have right of way over certain vessels by law. And so that's what that violation is. State law is a disorderly conduct. Generally, if somebody is blocking public access to a facility in a protest manner or something like that, that's usually that's the state level of that, where the state can enforce it through the sheriff's office. And then any regulations on impeding traffic is other regulatory issues. So here's kind of what I started to allude to. These are very big ships. When you're on the river and you're standing back from them, the perspective can give you kind of a less than how big they really are until you're up next to them. But in the slide, just for the length, the slide on the bottom left here shows a vessel as it's turning, and as it's turning, it's taking up the entire span of the river just by its length. Standing on end, it will be taller than any of the tallest buildings in Portland. That is actually to scale with that vessel standing on end. So that's what you're.
Oh, that's a vessel. That I see.
Yeah, sorry.
I didn't realize that before. That's what it was showing there.
Yeah, the skyscraper is a ship.
Yes, I see that now. Yes, thank you. Okay.
So that kind of gives a little bit of a perspective on what exactly these guys are driving up and down the river, trying to avoid other traffic. And then the amount of time it takes them to make these maneuvers, if they do have to maneuver, has to be well planned out. In the next couple of pictures there, it goes back to the 2 foot under keel clearance. And then the width of the channel is only 600 feet. So if you have vessels passing each other that are this size, you've divided your channel into half. And then if you add any other type of small craft within that crossing situation or meeting situation, having to move a vessel with 2 feet of under keel clearance to an area that has less than a foot. And this is also depending on water depth. And generally speaking, the biggest time is during the fall salmon season at the mouth of the Columbia River with buoy 10, which then floats itself upriver, which also happens to coincide with our low water times. So you have the most vessels on the water at a time when the river's at its lowest, and the maneuverability for these ships is the worst. So it's just kind of a perfect storm, so to speak, during that period of time. The pilots did want me to acknowledge that these issues are year-round. They're not specifically tied to any particular event. You know, clearly, if there's more vessels on the water, there's more chances of an incident. But people anchor in the channel and refuse to get out of the way of a big ship when they're fishing all year round. Sometimes it just happens. But and there's also other issues with, vessels that have mechanical problems as they're trying to get out of the way. But as far as the pilots are concerned, they do their best to avoid everybody with what they have to work with, which is very little as far as maneuverability. But they do quite an amazing job. I've seen some pretty close calls on video, and when you're talking about a ship this size, trying to maneuver to an area that's a quarter of the size of where they're supposed to be to get around a couple people. The fact that they haven't run people over is pretty amazing.
Some ships require a pilot vessel or leads them through the channel.
So occasionally, good question, sir. The pilot vessels deliver the pilots and pick up the pilots, unless they're using their helicopter offshore. But they do use their pilot vessel on occasion if they don't have an enforcement asset and the river is fairly crowded. They'll send their pilot vessel ahead of the ship to kind of spread the word, spread the way, make a path, so to speak. And it's a non-enforcement issue because they're just kind of getting people out of the way. There's no so most people pay attention, they move and get out of the way. When the issues really become a problem is when they don't have that pilot vessel. Say they've boarded from a helicopter, their vessel's in maintenance or something. They don't have an escort vessel, or they have multiple vessels going, and then they also have no enforcement assets that are available. So they're just kind of on their own, and they just kind of have to pick their way through this picket fence of vessels. And you can see on the lower right-hand side there, the vessel that's crossing fairly close to the bow. In fact, this is a clip from a video, but he actually disappears under the front of the ship. The pilot can't see it. This was the last time he saw him, and he just went under. And he didn't hit him. You can't, from that perspective, you just can't see him.
Who has jurisdiction here? Is it the Coast Guard?
The state and the Coast Guard. It's a federal waterway. The Coast Guard has enforcement authority. It's also a state waterway for Oregon and Washington, so either side of the river can enforce their state regulations as well.
Do you have a joint agreement?
We don't have any agreements with anybody. That's kind of the point coming here and talking to you guys, because we don't have any enforcement assets. We don't have any availability. We do have partnerships, and I do maintain partnerships with the Coast Guard and county sheriffs that I've generated over the years, but we don't have any enforcement authority over anybody but our pilots. So we just we try to put the word out to folks who may be in a position to help with enforcement assets or any type of additional assets, educational issues that can be done to help kind of bring this to the forefront for folks that are on the water, that it's just not safe to be this close to big ships. For numerous reasons. I mean, primarily, our pilots are doing their best to stay out of the way, but by law, they have the right of way. So it's one of those catch-22s where I could just keep going, but they're not going to do that. So this is just some of the hazards that I had some pictures of. So from top left to right, that was a vessel that was anchored, pulled us anchored and started to move, but instead of moving off the railroad track, so to speak, he decided to keep going in line with the ship and slowly get overtaken, which is fine. It just is a sweat moment for the pilot when, you're slowly overtaking this vessel. The next picture is a jet ski that was crisscrossing, doing wake jumping in front of off the bow wake of the ship. The third one across there is a little bit hard to see, but that's actually a kite surfer that was crossing the bow of the ship. Far enough away that probably didn't become an issue, but he's in the middle of the channel, so if he becomes becalmed or has falls off his board or whatever, now you have a person in the water and you have a ship that's going to be there in a minute. So and then lower left-hand corner, the yellow lines are the ranged dredged channel. So you can see how much traffic is within the channel. The ship is actually making a turn on that range. So it's coming from right to left and drifting over. And where it's supposed to be is on that red line at the end. So you can see kind of his options, whether to go far out to the right and hopefully not hit the edge of the channel, or hopefully everybody will move to the left, or so it's that point when the pilot's has to make a decision, because he doesn't have any fallback position once he makes his decision. He's committed. And then kind of in the same area on the next picture over is a car carrier that's coming to pass this ship. And you can see, kind of it's hard to see on this a little bit, but all the little dots that are out there are boats. And so you're going to have these two ships that collectively take up the entire width of the channel, passing each other, trying to avoid all these boats that are actually they're on the edge of the channel. They're not, but they are in the channel. So we've now gone to zero space within the channel. And so it becomes a complicated situation. And then the vessel at the end there on the right, lower right, is still anchored in that picture, and actually didn't pull his anchor until the ship was passing him. And this was an avoidance situation, so the pilot had to avoid that vessel. So that does happen. You would think that, I mean, I've been on boats just about all my life, and I would never take on a ship. I've been up next to them and on them, and it's just not going to work out well for anybody. So, but hey, you got to fish on. So this is some of the things that are being done and been done, at least on the Columbia River since I've been here. I've been here about 10 years. So Operation Make Way has been going for years. It's a Coast Guard focused operation or generated operation. And they send out, they partner with sheriff's offices, and they put enforcement assets, and it's generally during the buoy tin salmon season, which is when this is focused. They do vessel escorts. They'll escort the ships, or they'll do channel clearing ahead of the ship. And it's very focused around these fishing seasons when there's a high propensity for traffic on the river. From the education side, buoy tin is primarily put forth by the Coast Guard Auxiliary, and they man boat ramps. They provide educational materials to everybody who's launching a boat during the buoy tin salmon season. They offer courtesy inspections, and that's their education program. There's also radio ads that the pilots have purchased themselves to kind of get the word out that, deep draft vessels do have the right of way. Please stay out of the way, those types of ads on the radio. And then there are the standard regulation publications that the state puts out and the federal government puts out to kind of keep that rules of the road in mind for boaters. So new ideas, kind of why I'm here, I guess. Just to present this, kind of frame the issue. I'm certain that you guys have had information on this before. This shouldn't be anything new to anybody. I don't think that's been on the water on the river. The buoy tin salmon season and the fall run has been famous for years here. And just from a pilot's perspective on how dangerous it can be for everybody involved, was kind of my intent to come here and let you guys know that we appreciate anything you guys do as far as education of the recreational boaters, any materials you provide. I know that there are several boating courses that have been implemented as of late. That all of this is good stuff for us. We do see a trend of folks who kind of get it now, I guess is the best way to put it. So we appreciate all you guys do for that. And I'll take any questions if you have any.
Do you have any data on accidents or incidents besides pictures?
Yeah, there have been, I don't have any direct stats. I probably did when I was in the Coast Guard because we kept those, but pilot related issues, we generally don't have any because the pilots do their best to avoid any type of collision or running aground. So it becomes a matter of close calls and kind of hard moments for the pilots themselves more than any stat you can point to that.
Do you publish any transit routes that recreational boaters could look to know when and where you're going to be?
There aren't any, because it's not an exact science. There isn't, I mean, there's the channel, the commercial channel is the transit route, but the traffic amount depends on so many different variables. There's no way to predict that or to provide that to anybody.
What kind of support, if any, are you getting from local law enforcement, just knowing that river patrols, sheriff offices in particular, have little funding for running their patrols? I'm just
Yeah.
curious, what kind of resources can they divert toward clearing space?
When I was previously the law enforcement division chief for the Coast Guard in this area, and we had very good partnerships with all the sheriff's offices that had a Marine division on the Washington and the Oregon side. Clearly, their assets were very limited, as were ours, with only one station in at Cape Disappointment and then one in Portland. The whole entire river was kind of a vast no man's land, but the county sheriffs always provided what they could. The issue is lack of assets, lack of availability for Marine patrols. I know several of the Washington side sheriff's office have staffing issues. Having a Marine patrol is not the primary goal of the sheriff's office. I mean, it's a primary goal, but it's not a primary staffing issue. When you have, street deputies that also are part-timing on the water, they don't have the staff to have a dedicated Marine patrol in most counties. Some counties do. Clatsop County at the mouth of the river has a very robust Marine program, and they provide vessels and assistance with the Coast Guard boarding team that's stationed there as well, so that they can multiply their efforts by taking Coast Guard personnel out on their vessels as well.
Do you have any information on what may have been done in other locations like Puget Sound, where they have similar problems?
I have not talked to the board in Puget Sound about make-way issues. I guess I haven't been told that they have a huge issue. I know, but primarily because their mouth is so much wider. The transits, there's more fishing ground and a lot more space rather than the shipping channel. So I think their issue is probably less confined than ours, where ours is very narrow and there's, a lot of interest in the fishing fishing within these small, narrow areas, these choke points. It becomes a little bit more robust, I guess.
Chair, early members of the board, part of why I really appreciate Director Warren coming today. When Randy Henry and I attended a meeting down in Astoria with quite a few pilots at it, after the meeting, every single one of them, I think, found myself, Randy, or both of us, pulled out their phone and started showing us pictures that actually make some of these look not even as bad as what we saw. And if you read radar, that one really would scare me coming down, even in my boat, let alone in a 500-foot vessel. And so it struck me that Director Warren's experience with the Coast Guard and his role now and our emphasis on safety, we really have an opportunity to try to move the needle on boating safety in this area. And so I wanted to inform you all that this is an area that we feel like we need to do more, get better at, and be a better part, because of our pilots and the river pilots, they want to go home every night and they want to go home safely, and they don't want to, cause accidents. But you see some of those pictures and they're heroes, the way they maneuver some of their boats around people that get in there.
Yeah, the pictures from Operation Make Way from a couple of years ago were astounding.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that people wouldn't even pull their anchors.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So it was amazing that they thought that boat was just going to move around them.
Yeah.
And they just can't. So I think that, it would be really nice to be able to get some more education out there and just, maybe try to meet with some of those groups and get more of the message out there that these guys are concerned. And so we need to do our part in being concerned as recreational boaters also. And the same with the guides and the outfitters. They also need to be brought into that conversation.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, with the non-motorized community, there's so many just people that are like random, that there is still is a perception that in all situations, something with a motor does not have, something with no motor has right of way over something with a motor, regardless of the fact that it's a giant freighter coming down. And I think we can do some better education with paddle sports stores and sort of in a lot of our other education, because you end up with that same situation of walking across a railroad track. You're walking across a railroad track and you see the big train down there, but it's so big it doesn't really appear that it's coming at you at 45 miles an hour or 68 miles an hour or whatever it's coming at you at. So you think that you've got a lot of time to get across that river channel or wherever that water body is, and you really don't.
Right. It's like crossing a 4-lane freeway. Things don't
Right.
look like they're going fast when they're coming at you.
Right. And especially, I mean, I like the analogy of a train because it's just like this big thing that's bearing down on you, and you kind of don't realize that it actually is going at a really fast speed.
Right.
It's going to be here.
Faster than you can paddle.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the biggest issue, is just getting people educated, because we have such a diverse, we have people that go to kayaking classes, that go to seminars, that go to events at some of these paddling places. Maybe getting something like this out at like one of the next Adventure Thirsty Thursdays or some of the other paddle sports places that actually have a presence and a following of people.
Is there any opportunity to partner with maybe one of the boating shows in the Portland area to get this kind of a message? They do seminars all the time. Is there any kind of a way to get one of those little seminar time slots and I mean, not have to pay for it, but to have them comp it as kind of a public service?
Shared early, actually, that is an ongoing presence and something that's being done. The Coast Guard does have a seminar, the upcoming Pacific Northwest Sportsman Show. And this is a continued message, but it's a matter of getting more attention. There's always new people into the activities, so we continue to work on those efforts, but I think we can definitely take it up a notch. And if we can get some cooperation and partnerships with the outfitters and guides that are presenting to also help reinforce it, I think that would be helpful as well. We have not actually had a seminar at the Sportsman Show or at the boat show. It's something that you have to reserve well in advance, but that's certainly something we can work towards.
How about media, whether it be traditional media or social media? Has that ever been attended? Like news stories perhaps during Buoy 10 or is there some such might help to catch folks who are not part of organized groups or maybe don't attend seminars?
The Operation Make Way a couple of years ago had pretty good news coverage on it, and it was shown on all the local news channels, and there was even a big article in the Oregonian and online. So, I mean, that was a good partnership for being able to get a message out. I think it just probably needs to be more prevalent. We need to do it more often.
And as I mentioned, our pilots do buy their own radio ads. It's kind of a self-preservation type of a thing, and they do. They broadcast them over the local channels, at least down on the coastal areas. The bar pilots do, because it is such a concern for them, and they feel like if they can, help with any type of education, then they do what they can.
So Director Warren or Chair Early, do we have a rule, or have we ever considered a rule of the proper distance boaters have to stay away from a large vessel? Like, I mean, we have rules how far you have to stay away from a whale. Like, can we consider a rule for staying 200 feet, 300 feet away from a slow-moving vessel?
Member Withy, I think there's already enough rules that, the pictures and things that we're seeing, they're already violating. If you ask me to cite which ones right now, I probably couldn't, but there's already, the Coast Guard's got some pieces, there's rules of the road that are out there in CFR, there's safe, operating your vessel in a safe manner. So I think it's not as much as needing a new rule as much as it is just the continued effort to get the word out and educate people.
So Director Warren, what you're saying is we have a way of enforcing current rules so people who are in violation can be cited.
I remember with you, that's correct.
So then maybe it's after we need to make with the sheriff or whoever that we are making a better effort to enforce what we have and give citations to people in violation. The guy who doesn't want to move because he's got a fish on, maybe he'll move next time if it's a $200 ticket.
And remember with you, I think we always have to be careful. We around how we dictate to law enforcement how they do their job versus what kind of outcomes that we want. Randy's looking at me. Maybe if I get into the wrong category, he'll feel free, Randy. I'll let him.
Chair, early members of the board, this is a really important discussion. And, I'd like to say that we hit it hard every year because we can typically see the issues coming. The primary makeway issues, it is a problem all year long, certainly to a small degree. And then you get towards the fall fishing and it becomes a much more exaggerated problem. And we have processes and outreach plans in place to address that. The hard part is trying to track when fishing and tides and the downbound vessels are going to be on the river at the same time. So every year we do plan makeway enforcement efforts. And in the last few years, we've canceled them because either the fall Chinook season has gotten canceled fairly early. So if there's no salmon, there's no fishing, there's really not much of a problem. But we have done some very successful, as Chair Early said, makeway campaigns. I would say as important as outreach and education is, in 2001, my daughter and I were featured in several television ads on KGW telling people to get out of the way. We didn't have any money, so we threw talent at it. I guess you could say that. I'm not sure it was talent. We've done things like that over the years. We worked with Tidewater. We've worked with the U.S. Coast Guard. But the very single best thing we've done is enforcement operations, where we go out and we do a saturation patrol. Because when we get Multnomah, Clackamas, Columbia, Clatsop, Washington counties out there and the state police, and we coordinate with the U.S. Coast Guard, and we go down the river and we start citing people who are inside the red line. Boy, I fish lights up and suddenly we're the enemies of the world for doing what we're supposed to be doing. Oregon has a very good law related to makeway. It's actually more comprehensive than the federal law. The Coast Guard hates to cite under Rule 9 because I think it's a $6,000 fine, and ours is $265. So we can hand out 30 or 40 and it gets the point across and it gets on the news and it does that. The last few years, we've certainly offered partnership with the Coast Guard and with the counties to go out and do these saturation patrols. We've had several planned. They've been canceled because the weather wasn't good, the fishing was shut down or something like that. I would say there is more that we can do. We need to resurrect some of our outreach work. We have put makeway into our education curriculum. So every boater is exposed to that when they get their boater education card. We do work with the Coast Guard Auxiliary to educate boaters when they're launching. I believe most of those launch points have signage related to makeway. It's a continuing effort, and I'm very happy to have bar pilots here to talk about new ideas to partner as well, because we can always do better, certainly.
I think it's a conversation that we'll continue to have. So we certainly appreciate your time and coming and making a presentation on behalf of the pilots.
And I thank you for allowing me to come here and do this. This was great.
Just one last question.
Mm-hmm.
Is Susan spelled wrong on her email address?
It is.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I didn't want to send an email to that address and.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Catches all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we are going to move on to item E, which is the corrective action plan for the Port of Toledo Grant 1407 that we had our meeting about in December. So Janine Balek.
Chair Early, members of the board, for the record, this is Janine Balek, Boating Facilities Program Manager for the Marine Board. You've seen the draft corrective action plan. I have shared it with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Port of Toledo. Both parties are in agreement with this draft language. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has said it will have to go through one additional review, but they don't anticipate any changes. So if the board is okay with this, then I'm going to put it forth and we will get it signed and start implementing the corrective actions with the Port of Toledo. So unless the board has questions, I will move forward and get this thing executed by the parties and start working with the port.
Thanks for all your work on this. Does the board have any questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion to go ahead and move forward with the corrective action plan.
Sure, I make a motion that we move forward with the corrective action plan for the Port of Toledo as defined by staff.
Second. Motion and a second. Are there any other questions? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a quick thing, because I couldn't include it in the board stuff. This was highlighted at the boat show, and it's just a 50-year history of the grants and some high numbers of the amount of money that the board has approved and the type of items that is funded.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will move on to item F, which is the ADV program and grant. So I think that we are going to hear from Dorothy Hill.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Chair, members of the board, I believe this is Dorothy's first official time up. I think I had her wave her hand in the back of the room.
Yes.
She's been with us a few months now and is just doing a great job, so.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Chair Early, members of the board, I'm Dorothy Deal, Policy Program Coordinator for the Marine Board. Abandoned and derelict vessels, which you'll hear us refer to as ADVs, have been a growing concern for recreational boaters. They present a hazard to navigation, a hazard to the cleanliness of the environment, and the overall ability of recreational boaters to enjoy their experience. Often the Marine Board plays a role in trying to improve the situation by using funding from our salvage vessel subaccount to pull boats out of the water, usually once they've become derelict, abandoned in the water, often under emergency circumstances. So recently, an opportunity arose to apply for funding from the NOAA Marine Debris Program to do something a little bit innovative to try to get ahead of that problem on the other side of it. And so we are seeking $50,000 in matching funds from that program to remove abandoned vessels from marinas that participate in our Clean Marina program while those vessels are still safely moored and afloat, rather than going out and trying to get them after the fact. Due to the timing of when the application was due, we have already applied for that funding. So what staff would be asking from the board today is permission to accept that funding from NOAA if it were to be awarded, and then to commit additional funding from the salvage vessel subaccount to carry out what we're calling an abandoned vessel removal assistance initiative.
It's not additional funding. It would be, we would be allocating the $50,000 to match the funds. Is that correct?
Yeah, Chair Early, that's correct.
Okay.
So we already have that in the budget.
We already have that in the budget. So
Not
we would be
additional.
taking a portion of that budget line item and dedicating it to the matching funds if we were awarded the grant.
Got it.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions for Dorothy?
Dorothy, do you feel marinas are doing an adequate job to ensure that vessels don't become abandoned in their harbor?
Member Withy, that is a part of this initiative, is to encourage some of those practices that would help prevent that. And so we're starting with our marinas who are already engaged with us in our Clean Marina program, who've already shown an interest in working toward a better marine environment for everyone. And so part of this is we would be going in and helping them by removing those abandoned vessels, and they would commit to implementing some practices that we believe would help prevent future abandoned vessels.
What type of practices are you suggesting to them?
Member Withy, enforcing registration requirements would be a very big one. Those rules already exist in marinas, and we'd like to see some of them do a little bit more to make sure that the vessels that are in their marinas are complying with state regulations. We've talked about encouraging them to require insurance on vessels. That's something that we have seen with some of our clean marinas already. It's not an uncommon practice to require that. It's also not uncommon not to require it. So we think that insurance might be pretty helpful. We'd like to encourage them to require seaworthiness demonstrations on some type of, regular basis. And, we're open to other ideas as well.
When is a vehicle determined to be abandoned in the marina?
I think it would be different depending on what the mooring agreements are in that marina. I don't have that process in front of me, but every marina has a process where they can seize a vessel as abandoned if it violates certain terms of an agreement. So essentially, when a vessel becomes left somewhere unauthorized, that's when we consider it to be abandoned. In this case, the vessels that we would be open to helping remove, they would need to be seized and owned by the marina through, probably a lien foreclosure process. So we wouldn't be involved in determining, whether it was unauthorized or not. That vessel would already be, they would take possession of it already.
Each marina, each port determines those policies themselves, and they generally will have it written. I've never seen a statewide one. So it's all individually done. So they can get those vessels out of the water.
In some marinas, I've seen established policy of after 6 months, it's considered abandoned.
Some marinas have that. Some of them have a shorter window of time just based on their boating season.
But a marina that allows a boat to sit there for years and it wants us to bail them out, I think, we as a board should require that marina to share in the cost of removing that vessel.
And I'll clarify what he was saying, though. But what you're saying is for the purposes of this grant, these are for marinas that are already participating in the Clean Marina Program, which has those provisions. To be part of that program, you have to have those provisions in place.
Member Jackson, it's correct that this would only be open to marinas that currently participate in Clean Marina. What we're wanting to do is add those provisions to the Clean Marina Program.
Got it.
So they aren't currently demonstrating those practices, but they won't be eligible to apply to this program without showing us that they're open to implementing those.
And those clean marinas have identified 38 vessels that could potentially qualify under this new program.
Chair Early, that's correct. We've had conversations with a lot of marinas in the subject area already and received a lot of letters of support and excitement, and they've submitted vessels to us already for us to consider and know what's out there.
That $100,000 is not going to go very far. So are there any other questions or a motion to approve the matching funding should the grant be awarded?
I move that we authorize staff to accept the grant should it be awarded, and that we direct $50,000 of money to access the matching funds for that grant.
You said 50, right?
I said 50.
Okay, thank you.
I would second that motion.
Are there any other questions or comments? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And all those opposed? Congratulations, more work.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item G, which is consideration for rulemaking OAR 2500200221, boat operations on certain waters in Lane County. So, Josh Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair Early, members of the board. For the record, I'm Josh Mulholland, Policy and Environment Program Manager here at the Marine Board. Hopefully we can get through some of these next agenda items fairly quickly. So the first one, item G, as you recall, we received a petition to amend rules on Gold Lake in Lane County this past summer. The board accepted that petition at the October meeting and directed staff to draft and notice rules to allow electric motors at a slow no wake speed on Gold Lake. Staff did that. We solicited public comment on those draft rules. The comments have been made available to the board in your board books. In our view, no new substantive information was received during this open public comment period. So therefore, staff recommends the changes to OAR 250-20-221 to be amended as written in the board book. And I'm happy to answer any questions regarding that process.
And public comment closed in December. That's what is included in our board book. Are there any questions? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that the board approve the rule OAR 250-020-0221, allowing the use of electric motors on Gold Lake, Lincoln.
I'll second.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay, thank you. And now we are on to item H, which
Madam
is.
Chairman, may I interrupt, just make one comment? Since I was a petitioner for that, I ran into staff members in the halls of the legislature, all the way through to the people who guided me in the overcrowded rooms that you dealt with this morning. All of them knowledgeable, factual, courteous, and helpful, and it's most appreciated. You have great people working for you.
Great, thank you very much. Item H, which is the possible rulemaking via petition. We have received a petition for 25000091. You are still up.
I am indeed. On a similar note, staff received a similar petition to amend rules on North and Twin Lakes in Deschutes County. The petition was on public comment for a little bit over a month, over in December and early January, and many comments were received. Some were in favor, but most were against the petition, and those against touched on several topics, including, but not quite limited to, size of the lakes. Some of the commenters cited that these lakes are relatively small. They also cited some issues with current overcrowding at those lakes and were concerned that the use of electric motors on those lakes would exacerbate some of those existing conditions. There were many folks concerned with parking. The parking facilities at these lakes weren't designed with the idea of vehicles with trailers, and so there was some concern with increasing parking issues. One of the main topics pointed out was proximity to other water bodies with motorized access. As you might know, at least South Twin Lake is quite literally a stone's throw away from Wickiup Reservoir, so there are motorized boating opportunities in that area. Some of the commenters pointed out that this wasn't overly restrictive to not allow electric motors on the Twin Lakes. And then there was also a few concerned with the enforceability of speed restrictions, given the relatively small amount of law enforcement presence on the lakes. So with those comments in mind, the staff recommendation would be to reject the petition based on the input from those commenters and the topics that I just laid out. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a number of. Whenever we designate a lake as non-motorized, we're saying it's for able-bodied people only, not for people who need a mechanical assist to operate a boat. So I have an issue with it. Petitioners here are physically challenged. They're asking for the opportunity for access to the lake. Now, currently, the only way to do that is to allow electric motors. No one is talking about changing no wake status of the lake. So if electric motors were allowed on the lake, this would continue to be in the same character it is today. This is in stark contrast to Gold Lake, where the people, for the most part, welcomed electric motors to allow people who are physically challenged access to the lake. Now, Gold Lake is much more of a pristine, sincere setting than Twin Lakes. You've seen the comments. This is a family fun lake. It's got a resort on it. It's not a pristine environment where a kayaker is going out and trying to meet nature. So I have concerns that we're going to limit people who are physically challenged in not using this lake. This is much more suitable for people who are physically challenged than many of the other lakes in the area. This is relatively small, so they can get on the lake, follow the shoreline quite easily, and get back if there's a problem. This is on very, very flat terrain. So accessing the lake and a shoreline, it's fairly easy for someone who's physically challenged. Size of the lake, this is the same size as Gold Lake. Both of them are 100-acre lakes. So I don't think we as a board should be inconsistent in treating this different than Gold Lake. I think we need to provide opportunities to physically challenged. As far as the limitation of number of lakes that are provided to kayakers or no non-motorized enthusiasts, every lake in Deschutes County is available to non-motorized enthusiasts. We don't prevent any kayakers from going on any lake. Someone who's looking for a pristine, serene experience, they're going to go to Hosmer, they're going to go to Sparks, they're going to go to Waldo, they're going to go to Davis. Those are in a serene setting. So I take issue when we prevent people who are physically challenged from using these lakes. And I would like to see a way of allowing that to occur. Now, some states give exceptions to people who are physically challenged, whether it be in hunting or fishing experiences. I don't know if the board has ever considered that. If we're really concerned about the number of people that will be on these lakes, then maybe we ought to allow an exception for those who are physically challenged. Allow them to use the lake with a electric motor. I don't want to just outright discard this petition.
Well, the petition is before us right now, so we have an option of either rejecting the petition based on whatever reasons we would like, or we can accept the petition and open up rulemaking to further explore this. So, and then if that's the case, then when we open up rulemaking, we could also give some directive as to how to proceed with the rule in the spirit of the petition.
Okay. What I'm suggesting now, maybe go beyond Twin Lake. If we allowed exceptions for those that are physically challenged people to use electric motors, that would apply beyond Twin Lakes. Now, maybe we could use Twin Lakes as a test case, and I'm more than happy to do that. So if you're looking for a motion to implement rulemaking, I will make that motion. I'll make a motion to implement rulemaking for North and South Twin Lakes in Deschutes County, where we've considered the allowance of electric motors to utilize the lake.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept the petition of Gerald Gerdes and open rulemaking for under OAR 183390 and OAR 137-001-0070. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Chair Early, before you have the vote, I just want to make sure that Josh has a good sense of direction in terms of, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Chair Early, members of the board, if the vote that does occur, direction on what that rulemaking would be kind of important before we move on.
If it's going to be something different other than just opening up the petition, according to the petition here, to open up the use of electric motors on North and South Twin Lake in Deschutes County, which is what the petition is in front of us. So the motion in front of us is to accept that petition and to open rulemaking.
That is correct, but you have the flexibility. By accepting the petition, you do open rulemaking, but you do not necessarily need to direct staff to draft rules consistent with what the petition suggests. You can choose to direct staff to do something else. So I want to make sure that's clear to the board.
I think the specific point would be, remember what he was making a distinction perhaps between people that might already have some type of, I think like Fish and Wildlife has a disabled license. Folks that maybe have a placard for their car. Is that something that you want explored in the rulemaking process, is distinguishing between all users versus or not? I think that would be really helpful for us to know.
I think I was torn between that too. I think a special permit for those who qualify, that do have some type of disability. I think that would be fair. So
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
That was part of my reason for seconding it as well, is to explore that option. The other thing that kind of concerns me a little bit is, in the past when we've talked about electric motors, it's basically like trolling motors. It's like really low horsepower motors. But we're starting to see, there's some guys up at the University of Washington who are developing some pretty impressive electric motors. And so as part of that, putting in something about a horsepower limit or, equivalent CC size limit or something, because I can see somebody on a lake such as this coming in with one of those University of Washington motors, and the size of boat that can propel at a slow no wake is still pretty darn scary.
That is true,
That's a good
but
point.
in the case of this lake, there's not facilities to launch that type of boat. This is a very rudimentary lake. So-
One question, I'm sorry.
yeah, no, that's okay, go ahead.
Let's say we go ahead and we do the rulemaking, say it passes. Does that set a precedence then if we say for these lakes, yes, we will allow electric motors? Does that then open up the possibility to electric motors on
This-
other lakes as well?
These lakes
Or is it limited
are
to these?
included in House Bill 3168. It identifies lakes where motors are not allowed for the various counties in the state. Now, the board is making an exception to that House Bill 3168 under the terms of that bill. Okay, so this wouldn't apply to the entire state.
Right.
And Member Jackson, to your point, we've, over the last few years, as electric motor boats have changed, they make cruisers now with electric motors. And we've started to insert some language generally that says electric motor and 5 mile an hour slow no wake as a modifier on that. That may be a solution in this case.
Yeah, and members of the board, in House Bill 3168, that member Withy pointed out, there is, the board can only open it up to electric motors at a slow no wake speed. There is no, that is set in the bill. So it can't be electric motors, no ifs, ands, or buts. You don't have the statutory authority to do that.
Mhm. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? So all those in favor of the motion to accept the petition and open rulemaking with some of those little caveats for you, please say aye.
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 And all those opposed? Okay, so,
Can I ask an additional question for the board? Member Jackson mentioned the words "those who qualify." Does the board have any direction on that determination?
Would it be like having a handicap sticker type? I mean, that would be a qualification, obviously, for parking. It's kind of like the same thing, a placard. Yeah, something that they have,
So
not that would work.
I think that needs to be given some consideration of what we would use for a standard. The gentleman who was here on Gold Lake has arthritis in his hands. I don't know if that qualifies for the handicap
Yeah, that's
sticker.
true. Good point.
so that's fairly broad for you.
That would, he just articulated my question very well. Yeah, I mean, what guidance do we use? Whether it's, I'm sure ODOT has their guidance. Department of Fish and Wildlife certainly has some sort of guidance for their disabled fishing licenses. We don't currently have one.
That needs to be given some thought. The comments that we received on this petition are accurate. This is a very heavily used lake. At times does turn into a parking lot for Wiki Up. So it is overrun. I don't see people inundating the lake when we open up this electric motor provision because there are other opportunities that are much more better, which are better for fishing opportunities. All I think this is going to add is a couple of old geezers who want to get on the lake with their granddaughter who putz around with the electric motor. So I think there's a bit of overreaction here. And I can understand overreaction because WikiUp is right next door and they see the activity on WikiUp and they feel that's coming their way.
So ODF&W has a couple possibilities, and one of them is a veteran's license, a disabled veteran, and they just have to produce a letter from the Armed Forces of the United States showing a disability rating of at least 25% in order to qualify for the disabled license. So I think probably investigating some of those and finding out maybe what that standard would be something we could hear in April. That doesn't mean that we're going to necessarily move on this petition at that time.
Thank you, Chair. That gives me good guidance for the next few months.
Okay. Okay, so we are going to move on to item I, which is consideration of rulemaking OAR 250-018-0010, along with the other two, operation of personal watercraft by youth. And the public comment period closed on January 6th, 2020. We had a few comments in our packet. Take it away.
Last board meeting, apologize. The last board meeting, the board approved the initiation of rulemaking to allow the operation of personal watercraft by youth engaged in sanctioned competitive events. And when I say youth, it is those aged 12 to 15. We did receive 3 comments after soliciting the draft rules for soliciting comments for the draft rules. We received 3 comments. 2 were in support. 1 was opposed, mainly due to environmental concerns by personal watercraft overall. At this point, staff does recommend that the board accept the amended rules as written in your board book to allow these activities so that youth can participate in these activities under controlled sanctioned events.
Are there any questions? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion that the board amend OAR 250-018-0010 and ORA 250-021-0030 and adopt ORA 250-021-0035 as written below.
Nice job. Okay, is there any additional questions or comments? Seeing as there is none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and all those opposed. Item J, which is consideration for rulemaking OAR 250-001-0020 fees for public records. Again, the public comment period closed on January 6th, 2020.
The last board meeting, the board initiated the rulemaking process to address a discrepancy between DAS policy and Marine Board rules regarding the fees associated with public records request. We had those rules in our, we had those fees in our rules, but they were also set in DAS policy and they were in conflict with one another. To address that, we suggested a slight rule change in our rules so we could defer to their policy. We solicited public comments. We did not receive any public comments. At this time, staff recommends that the board adopt the language for 250-001-0020 as provided in your board book.
Again, this is just housekeeping stuff so that we can be in line with other agencies and laws. So any questions, comments? A motion?
I move that the board approve to amend OAR 250-001-0020 to adopt the draft language as written.
Second.
Any additional comments or questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay. So now we are on item K, which is consideration for rulemaking, PFD labeling rules, possibility to initiate rulemaking. So you have help at the table now, Josh.
I do indeed, thank you. Okay, cool.
Thank you, Chair Early, members of the board. Item K is to request to open rulemaking on PFD labeling rules. In a nutshell, the U.S. Coast Guard is already adopted and is moving forward with new labels on life jackets. The summary that you see before you is just a basic history lesson on how that occurred. It wasn't the smoothest rollout I've ever seen, and federal government history. I was at the boat show and I was looking through the racks of new life jackets, and the only life jacket that had the new label was one of the hybrid work vests. The rest of them still have the old labels, which sort of underlines the need for us to make sure that our existing rules still allow for the old life jackets to be there while the new labels are allowed also. So just a little quick history here on the screen. There you go. This started back in 2014 when the Coast Guard issued the rule updating that. The goal of this rule was to more effectively convey safety information and to help harmonize our regulations with PFD requirements in Canada and in other countries. It was trying to replace a lot of the verbiage with icons. I'm not sure they did that, but we have what we have. We have two categories now. Basically, it gets rid of the type 1 through 5 and gives us two categories, wearable and throwable. I do like that. Type 1, type 2, type 3 will be replaced with the term wearable. Type 4 would be replaced with the term throwable. This is really the key thing, and this is what we will be focused on and have been focused on, is what the label looks like. When you look at the new label, you're going to see in clear letters, whether it's an adult or a child, you're going to see some numbers that indicate some things. The 70 indicates a level of flotation.
Something about the chocolate bars, right?
Yeah, chocolate bars. It makes total sense. I never got the chocolate bar explanation, but basically a Newton is how well a chocolate bar floats. Okay,
So
I knew.
70 newtons.
Okay, so 70 Ghirardelli chocolate bars. It's a measure of.
Explanation, it makes perfect sense.
It does.
It's a measure of force. Why they didn't just go with the 1 through 5, I don't know. A number 50, where you see the 70 there, a number 50 would be 11 pounds of flotation. A 70 would be 15 pounds of flotation. 100 would be 22 pounds of flotation. That would be kind of equivalent to your larger vests you might use in whitewater situations. And then the 150 newtons would be equivalent to 33 pounds of flotation, or what you would like to have in a current type 1 out in the ocean. The really key pieces of that, you see the thing that is sort of a clockwise arrow, that indicates if the life vest is designed to flip you over. And then you've got all the no-no icons at the bottom there. The first one is an exclamation point. I guess that means no swearing. The second one is
It means caution.
Caution.
Okay, it means caution because it does not apply to these sports.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Look at that.
See, you could be giving this presentation. The wishbone is sort of the skier rope. So
It's
that's
towed water
sports. Okay. The turkey thing next to it is actually a person. A lot of people say it looks like a turkey. I'm sorry. It's a person on an inner tube. So you can't use that one to ride an inner tube. You can't use it to use a PWC. And the third one is a kayak in whitewater.
Yes.
Okay. So no whitewater.
So what can this PFD be?
So this would be something like an inflatable that could be used just when you're out on flat water.
Okay.
Calm water.
Close to shore.
Yeah. So currently in Oregon law, and most states have this, is if you're operating a PWC, you have to have inherent flotation. The other key piece of this is the term I know in other industries where labels are important is label is law. And we just need to get people used to that. Label is law. Read the label. If the label says you can't do that activity with that life jacket on, then that is not an appropriate life jacket for your activity, and you could be cited for that. So you wouldn't be, now it gets a little well, I won't complicate it. You just can't do that activity if you've got that life jacket on. You shouldn't be.
So a question that I have been asked is, which one of these life jackets are guides and outfitters going to be required to carry?
Class 3 white.
It would need to be consistent with the use. If they're going through class 3 whitewater, then it shouldn't have a whitewater restriction on it. So basically, you could use any life jacket that doesn't restrict it from the type of operation. I mean, right now it's for commercial operations, it's a type 1, correct?
Right. So according to their labels, the only one that doesn't apply to calm waters is the 150.
Right. That's a good question. I would have to follow. I would have to look into that. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Well, I've been asked that
Yeah, that's a good question. So we just went through that. And again, we come back to the message of voters. So there's sort of two things happening here. There's harmonizing our administrative rules so we can enforce what's effectively being sold now and still allow previous types of Coast Guard approved life jackets. The other thing that happens is the education component. So that's where we need to tell boaters that you need to read the label. Labels will look a little bit different. As long as it's a U.S. Coast Guard approved and it's not prohibited for the type of operation you do, then the life jacket is suitable. That's what you need to have either on board or be wearing at the time. And again, there's going to be a whole host of life jacket labels. Some will tell you that in order to be legal, it has to be worn, like the inflatables, or most inflatables. Others things, we are not changing the current enforcement criteria where adults can have a suitable life jacket readily accessible. Children 12 and younger have to wear it. All that stays the same. So the education piece will be read the label. The label looks different. The enforcement piece will just continue to encourage law enforcement to look very seriously at life jacket use and enforce accordingly.
Randy, you said it earlier. I think the other thing, the education message piece will be your old life jacket is still legal.
Yes.
That'll be.
Yep. You're not throwing anything out. As long as it says U.S. Coast Guard approved, it will be grandfathered in.
Okay, well, I would like to make a motion then that we open rulemaking for OAR 250-010-0154 personal floating devices to update the Marine Board rules to reflect the changes in the U.S. Coast Guard PFD labeling system.
Second.
Any questions, comments? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let's go ahead and move forward here still. We'll get a couple more of these and then just take a break. So we have item L, which is consideration for rulemaking OAR 250-016-0025 CPR certification for guides.
All right, thank you, Chair. Early members of the board. Currently, we keep track of. Pardon?
Are you doing this one?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
No, you're. My name.
Well, it does have Josh's name on it. But
yeah, I don't want to rain on your parade.
Really
no, it's fine. This is not.
The spirit was moving.
I know. No,
I can do this one if you want me to.
No, it's Chair, early members of the board. In Oregon, outfitters and guides and their employees are required to maintain current CPR and first aid certifications for good reason. However, our current rules require that anytime those certifications are updated or expire, that all the outfitters and guides notify us. Given the fact that there are, give or take, 1,400 outfitter guides in the state with many employees, this results in us having to process literally thousands of these recertifications, expirations over a given year, which costs weeks of staff time. Because statute already allows us to simply have outfitters and guides sign an affidavit that they will ensure the certifications are kept current, we are proposing implementing a practice that calls for random audits so we can check to make sure that those certifications are being maintained, but it wouldn't require them to notify us every time one of those certifications expires, is recertified, et cetera.
So on renewal time, when we upload all of our documents, you would still be required to upload your documents that would show your current registration or your current CPR first aid card, if it had in fact expired?
Chair, early members of the board, you would apply the same way that you do. You just don't have to notify us. You're making the affidavit that things will be current.
Okay. Because I'm one of those that had to do that to comply. Okay, so this would definitely eliminate a lot of staff time dealing with this because not everybody has their first aid CPR card expire at the same time and in coordination with getting their guide licenses. So it's throughout the year. So it's something that I'm sure is cumbersome for your staff, Cindy and Sandy and
yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. It's also cumbersome for outfitter guides who have, especially for the rafting guides who have large numbers of employees.
And we have to carry our first aid card with us. You have to have it on your person to be able to produce it if you get stopped by law enforcement. So it's not like you're not going to have your current card with you. So. Okay, are there any questions, comments? If not, I would entertain a motion to open some rulemaking.
Chair Early, I make a motion that we initiate rulemaking for OER 250-06-0025 to eliminate the need for outfitters and guides to provide notice of all certification expirations and renewals, and instead require the certifications be maintained and may be examined as part of a random OSMB audit.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any additional comments or questions? This is only going to apply to first aid CPR
At this time, yes.
at this time. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, will you have a public hearing on it? Just curious.
Chair Early, members of the board, for something like this, we would probably do a single hearing here in Salem, but we are certainly welcome to input from the board on our rulemaking process.
Or just public comment, give a time period?
It would have to be a minimum of 30 days public comment. We would do, well, probably about a 60-day and have that all wrapped up by the time the next board meeting comes.
Perfect. Item M, consideration of rulemaking OAR 250-010-0155, fire extinguishers.
In a similar process, the Coast Guard also made some changes to federal code to update their fire extinguishing equipment regulations and the way that those are classified. Detailed information on those changes was in an appendix that I provided to the board. I'm not going to go into any of that detail right now unless you would like me to. Also, please don't ask me to, because I don't know if I can do it justice anyway. But again, now we do have a discrepancy in our rules where the federal code and our rules are not the same with the new standards. So we're asking to initiate the rulemaking process to update our rules to reflect the changes in federal code.
So the federal code, how often does this change? Would it be? I mean, it seems to me like we just did this it was probably something else, but it was, their federal code seems to change. Can we write language that would allow some flexibility with that to mirror their language?
Yeah, Chair Early, members of the board, there have been times in the past where we've referenced the specific Code of Federal Regulations. However, AG has directed us to always note a specific date. So we're not ceding our authority to the federal government.
Oh.
So that would be problematic as well, even if we adopted federal rules as of January 1st, 2020. If they changed it in 2022, we'd still have to come back and change that date. I don't think this changes very quickly. I think the last time the fire extinguisher rules or designations were changed, I could be wrong, but I believe we're in the 70s. I'm not dead sure about that.
Surely we might have been around then.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Hi.
Yes. Maybe that's why I thought it was just a short time ago.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that the board initiate rulemaking for OAR 250-010-0155 to align OSMB rules of recent changes to federal fire extinguisher regulations.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any additional questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are going to take a break. Lunch is here, and we'll have about a 30-minute break. So we will reconvene at 12:15. She's a
a bigger wrap than that, so.
We have just
It
a
was-
few items left, so. Okay, this is the Oregon State Marine Board meeting reconvening after a lunch break, January 22nd, 2020. And we are on item N, which is the update on the RAC for the Lower Willamette River. And kind of before you get started, I just kind of wanted to make a comment because there's been a little bit of misconception about what kind of the goal or what an RAC is supposed to do. So in statute, we have the authority to be able to convene an RAC when we have issues. But the RAC is an advisory committee. Generally what happens is that we go there with some direction from the board or from staff, and then it's a way to vet out those ideas to see how it's going to affect. It's rare that we would ask an RAC to come up with rules. So I kind of wanted to make that vision clear. And then also the other thing that I think the board needs to kind of think about for this item especially is that, you know, we had a couple of meetings and there was a lot of information. What is our goal? So as Josh gives us his report, I think that's something that we need to keep in mind as what are we hoping to accomplish from these meetings in this RAC. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Early, members of the committee, and actually some of those topics that she just touched on there, I was going to bring up as well. You know, the vision for this area, but I'll get to that. So first, at the last board meeting, the board initiated rulemaking for the Lower Willamette, and we classified the Lower Willamette as the falls to the confluence with the Columbia. Since that time, we've convened a rule advisory committee of stakeholders in that area. We've met with them twice, once in early December, once just last Friday, which is, that meeting occurred after this was all written. So I have some updates from that weren't necessarily reflected in the board book that I'll talk about in a second. First, I'd like to point out that I think we've assembled a great committee that really is representative of the varied perspectives, and there are quite a lot of varied perspectives, but it is representative of the varied perspectives of stakeholders for the Lower Willamette River. It's a large group. It's roughly 24 people. I think it's necessarily large just because, again, there's so many different diverse users of the Lower Willamette. But anyway, this group has met twice. We plan to meet again probably monthly from here until we accomplish our mission. Up to now, the committee has been discussing fairly broad topics and a few specific concepts. Staff solicited ideas from the members. Some of those concepts had been brought to the group to be vetted through the group. And some of the chief concepts that we brought forward so far, or the group brought forward and we talked about in these meetings, have been temporal restrictions. And that's something that we talked about early on at the last board meeting, something that the board would like staff to at least consider. So we've been talking about those temporal restrictions, basically facilitating the sharing of the water by allowing or restricting certain activities by time of day, time of week, time of year. Another concept that has been discussed was a slow, no-wait corridor between the fairly busy Willamette Park area and the already regulated slow, no-wait zone that's the Holgate Channel. Some members have brought up, and we've talked about a roughly 3-mile slow, no-wake zone, which would encompass most of the South Portland area on the Willamette River. We've talked about either no towed water sports or no wake surfing, wakeboarding zones for really all of the downtown Portland area to the falls. And then we've also talked about the extension of some of the slow no wake zones in the Multnomah Channel. I think, and this shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, there's nothing that the group completely agrees on with all the varied topics or with all the varied perspectives in that group. We have a lot of differing opinions, which is a good thing. I think it's indicative that we brought a good rule advisory committee together. There are a few things that the group agrees on, most of which I would say are unfortunately outside the scope of the rulemaking that's open. Many people would like to see more enforcement on the water, and they would like to see more education, and many would like to see more funds for education and signage enforcement. All of those are things that we cannot do through rulemaking process alone. So at this point, I think the conversations with the committee has been really, really good. It's been contentious at times, but we've vetted some concepts. We're getting a lot of great feedback. I think at this point, to touch on what Chair Early said at the beginning of this, I think at this point we have no sideboards for this rulemaking process. I don't necessarily think we have a goal that we're going towards. And while the conversation are great, it may make the committee more efficient and more effective if there's a vision of the board for the lower Willamette, voting on the lower Willamette. If there are certain things, like some of the topics I just brought up, if some of those things are outside of what the board would accept, then let me know now so I can start narrowing the sideboards for this process, and so that I can make sure everyone's time is being used effectively. I mean, there's these couple dozen people are donating a considerable amount of time and energy to participate on this process, and I really appreciate that. But I want to make sure that our time is well spent. So that's all I got, and encourage the board to provide me with any input that they'd like.
Thank you. Does anybody have some questions, or I know we kind of had a little bit of a vision when we last met. Director Warren, do you want to weigh in on any of this right now? Or?
Surely, no, I think it would just be instructive, kind of as you talked about, to help understand where the board's at in terms of a vision.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that Josh brought in terms of process was, in the past, the board would open rulemaking on something like this, staff would go away for 9 months, we'd bring back something. Sometimes it would be wrong rock exercise, which burns a lot of time and energy. So we're just trying to get in the habit of bringing this back, having the discussion, and helping to narrow it with the board's input and direction. So this is certainly an opportunity for you all to convey what you're thinking so that we can help build that into the RAC.
Sure.
Go ahead. I was going to just say that part of the reason that this all happened was because we were looking at the way that we were displacing some groups, or because of rules that were implemented on certain areas, they were seeking out non-regulated areas in order to recreate. And so some of this is born out of that. So go ahead.
Chair, I think that is correct. I mean, we at previous meetings, the board meeting last July, last summer.
Okay.
We did those listening sessions in Portland, and we brought back some things, and we got a lot of feedback from those, and then the issues with displacement and other more heavily regulated areas. I think that did spawn this rulemaking process. I also wanted to point out that my current plan, and this can certainly change at the board's discretion, was going to provide an update, a pretty thorough written update of the conversations with this RAC that we've had up until now, probably through February. Provide an update to the board sometime in mid-March, just so you're not inundated with RAC material 2 weeks before the board meeting, because I know that can be somewhat tedious to deal with. But then at the April meeting, to bring back certain concepts that then bring the pros and cons from the RACs and have the board potentially endorse one of those concepts. That's my current plan, but that is certainly subject to change.
And I would just add, Josh, and I talked about this, and we'll remind you when Josh sends that out, is anytime we give updates in between board meetings, you guys can discuss with one of your peers or any of the staff, but you can't discuss with 3, because then we need to notice that as a board meeting. So we'll remind you that when we send that information out, that it's important to maintain the public process.
So comments?
Comments, last questions. So if I recall correctly, before we initiated our rulemaking, or around that same time, there was a request to DSL for DSL to initiate rulemaking, and DSL rejected the petition and punted it kind of back to us. As a result of that, we did put somebody from DSL and IDFW on this Rules Advisory Committee.
Member Jackson, that is correct. During any of our rulemaking processes, we are always working, I don't want to say behind the scenes, but outside of the RAC meetings, we're always working with our sister agencies, especially where they have, concurrent jurisdiction. But however, Right now, we have a member from Department of State Lands attending the meetings for this group, as well as the RAC, the RAC RAC, that Dorothy will be talking about later for the Newburgh Pool. We've also reached out to Department of Fish and Wildlife and Department of Environmental Quality representatives, and they are participating in this RAC as well. Actually, at our next meeting, I've invited both DEQ and DFW to come and give a short presentation, basically articulating their stance on this. So to briefly answer your question, yes, they are involved.
Okay, so that leads me to my next step.
Sure.
Under the House bill that was passed last year that says we have to look at forward planning goals, including Goal 15.
Mm-hmm.
Buried deep in Goal 15, the responsible agency is ODOT. Is ODOT involved in this process?
Member Jackson, to this point, ODOT has not been involved in this process. I can certainly reach out to ODOT and see if they would be willing to participate.
Okay.
I can't speak for that agency at all.
I mean, I thought the whole concept of that particular law being managed by ODOT, okay, yeah, it's a corridor, so maybe because they do freeways, but it seemed a little bit, I don't know, weird to me that ODOT is the responsible authority for that goal as opposed to DSL, LCDC, DFW, or.
Member Jackson, at the time that was made, State Parks was probably part of ODOT. They didn't break off till the mid-90s. Okay. And so having worked at Parks a few years, there's still some weirdness left over on land holdings and statutory authorities and things that when the two broke into separate agencies, some of those responsibilities.
Okay, thanks.
I guess the question has come up of what product is the board looking for from this committee? Well, first of all, I would like to know the issues, and I think you pretty well have those identified. I'd like to have a set of recommendations that could be made into a rule. And I know you're working on a number of those. I want to hear more about the temporal restrictions. I've heard some about it. I think I need to know more about it and understand it. But the whole idea here is to try to get ahead of the problem before we have the type of conflict we're seeing in the Newburgh Pool. So I don't want to be here 12 years from now talking about the same issues that we're talking about today. I want to know that we've addressed them. We've got a working plan. I'm sure this is going to be a living document that's going to have to be adjusted and modified as we go along. But I think it's time we address the issues, get started, and put rules or whatever in place to move this forward. So I would like to see a product come out of the committee that initiates that process, identifying the issues, providing us recommendations on how to address the issues and deconflict the situation to the extent we can, that eventually leads us to a rule that's put in place.
And quite a bit of the material that we were just handed this morning it was comments from people that are on that RAC and regarding some of the issues that have been addressed through those meetings. You've had 2 so far, and it sounds like a congenial group. I was very, very impressed with the diversity within that group that you have. So you've definitely got stakeholders from all areas in there. I would like to see a pretty limited number. I can envision maybe a couple-hour work session prior to our April meeting to be able to go through some of this, because it's a lot of stuff to digest. And that would give us an opportunity to maybe go over some things, vet some things out, and come up with a vision that would be more appropriate for you to pursue between April and October. I don't know, what does the board, how does the board feel about that?
If they think we need to have this done by October.
Yeah, and it may not be. I mean,
Because somebody's term is ending in October.
Somebody's term actually ends before that. But Laura, you had a comment?
I mean, in terms of vision, I've had some input when I'm on some of the folks who are on the committee. And from my own personal selfish perspective, I think it's great that we're looking at primarily the Portland area of the Willamette. But I also have concerns if we start focusing on that we're going to end up with essentially zones again, and we're going to be kicking the problem to other parts. A little bit different from Craig's perspective. There's already problems there. And if you listen to some of the testimony provided by the Dragon Boat folks, the incident at Lake Oswego, another incident with Station Island Rowing Club, we're already having people in human-powered craft getting capsized, getting swamped, getting $30,000 rowing shells broken in half. We're not even trying to get ahead of it. We're trying to get on top of it. And, so I'd like to see some kind of a plan that talks from the falls to, I don't know if it's the confluence, if it's St. John Bridge, but pretty much that whole section so that we can start talking about not just areas where stuff can not happen. What are those no-wake zones? What are, make the whole gate channel a no-wake zone, things like that. But also, where are areas that we would like to really encourage people to do? So that's kind of what I'd love to see out there.
So do you see an urgency in putting something in place by this summer?
It would be great if we could, but I'm not sure we could get something that isn't going to actually cause a war in the river fast. There's already a lot of bad feelings between people and a lot of name calling and a lot of stuff. I don't think we could do something that wouldn't actually escalate the situation.
More likely to do the wrong thing than the right thing.
Exactly.
I think that our vision when we first talked about this in October, Josh, is that we were expecting this to be a longer process because we weren't trying to, we do want to be more proactive in this. And like Member Jackson said, we want to be on top of it this time so that we don't continue to have these big giant issues blow up. And so I think we had kind of set a goal for October. So we were thinking it was going to be almost a year-long process for being able to put this together.
Chair Early, that's correct. The plan for this, at least the plan was all along, and I've articulated this to the RAC, was, this is going to be a 6 to 9 month process of evaluating concepts. This is especially the area of downtown Portland, South Portland, it's the most used in terms of diversity waterway in the state. Going from beginning to end in a 3-month period, we would probably in all likelihood need to be voting on concepts today to do anything for the 2020 season. Unless the board would be willing to change regulations halfway through the voting season. And I would probably caution the board against a tactic like that, just because implementation wise, it would be very difficult for us. So yes, we are looking at January 1st, 2021 as that was the initial goal.
You say the committee has been pretty effective to date. Do you feel there's a need for a mediator to be brought on to help us get to some conclusion?
But remember, you're touching on I think the prime issue here is that I don't think it matters what the topic or what the question is. You're not going to get consensus from this committee on anything, nor are we trying to get consensus for the committee. As the chair pointed out, that's not necessarily the goal of a rural advisory committee. But I've heard a couple times as some different members here have talked about the issues, the problems. You're not going to get our committee members to agree on the problems. And so honestly, the first step maybe for the board would be to what are those problems that the board deems that are indeed problems and that we should set upon ourselves to start solving. Right now, I think it's a great committee, but just without that clear thing that we're working on. And it's kind of leading to some more contention than maybe is needed.
The RAC doesn't necessarily have a goal right now. They don't have really that clear-cut goal. They don't have any sidebars. They don't have any specifics. And I think that that's probably what needs to happen right now is that they need that direction from the board as to what we are expecting. If I'm hearing you correctly.
Charlie, that's sorry.
Let me go back to the mediator for a second. we're not looking for consensus. I think everyone at this table realizes there's not going to be consensus. The only purpose for a mediator would be to make sure everybody participates and everybody's heard. I think that's important for a group like this to feel like they have some ownership. They've got to be heard. They've got to be respected. And if you feel that's possible with what you have now, fine, let's move ahead. But if it's not, maybe a mediator would be appropriate.
Member Withy, I would say that I am comfortable. I'm happy with the discourse at the meetings. I think everyone is being heard. I mean, if the audio files for those meetings are available online, we make all that publicly available. So if you want to listen to people talk about the Lower Willamette for 3 hours, I encourage you to do so. You'll hear a lot of me talking, unfortunately, so I apologize for that in advance. But I think the meetings are being, I think I'm a little bit biased here, obviously, but I think staff is doing a good job of making sure everyone is heard. But again, I just, what that end goal is. I mean, so if the problem that the board would like to solve is, that end goal of no wakes on the Willamette River, then, I will work with the RAC to see how they feel about restricting all watercraft from the river. Obviously, this is an extreme example, but I don't have that kind of guidance.
Well, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something much easier. No conflict on the Willamette River.
Member Withy, I will get right on that.
That's much easier. Yes.
Oh, now it's clear.
Yeah, now it's clear. Run with that one.
Right. No, but all joking aside, I mean, that is the point. There is always going to be conflict on the lower river, and I don't think that we can make that go away. And if that's the goal, I think, frankly, we're doomed to fail. I think we need to mitigate conflict, and I think we need to prioritize boating safety. How the board would like us to do that, I think is up for, that's the question.
So I would like to see safety be the priority for that section of the river. And I would like to see a couple of concepts that would keep that in mind.
I would agree.
And I would like to see us, have those to look at in April and do like a 2-hour work session that we could evaluate those and be able to come back and discuss the next day. So digest some material and be able to come back to discuss it.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to add on to what she said, but do it in a way that's not just saying restriction, but also creating some, I don't know what you would call opportunity zones. Inclusion zones where we're not just saying no wakes here and none of this here, but places that are actively encouraging people to do those activities in those areas.
Would it be fair to characterize the conversation when I go back to the RAC and say the board wants us to balance opportunity and safety, and that we should, consider that to be our mandate?
That's your goal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agree.
All right. So
does that give you enough direction for the RAC to be able to move forward without stagnating?
it does, and it'll likely involve, or I'll likely be bringing quite a few concepts. I mean, not 10, but maybe 4 or 5 different concepts to the board in April. And again, I have 24-ish people on the RAC. There's going to be 24 different visions of how safety and balance and opportunity should be balanced. But I will try to bring, some of those different ideas as well as the perceived pros and cons, and that can facilitate the April conversation.
Okay.
What is the largest issue that's been brought forward? Is it the wakes? Is it conflicts between boats?
Remember, with the largest in terms of what's the unit of measure there?
I'm just wanting to make sure that we're addressing the big issues. If it's property damage, is it congestion? Is it? Are you able to identify that at this point?
just kind of want to say yes to everything that you just said. I mean, there are certainly many of the people on that committee that have concerns about large wakes and the safety of those in the water or the protection of either the nearshore environment, of on-water structures, of docks, things like that. But there are also many people on the committee that view congestion and lack of education as an issue. So, and I don't want to make any of the committee members mad at me. So I'm not going to go out on a limb and say what is the biggest issue. We've heard of several, but the ones I just touched on are, I guess, the main ones.
Safety is going to encompass a lot of those issues. So I think
Well, safety is pretty open.
it is. It's pretty broad, but
It
it's
encompasses
gonna,
anything. So I don't know that we really narrowed down the sidebar that he's going to work on. I mean, we can include almost everything.
well, safety and opportunity kind of narrows it down. So that definitely does.
Spirit of compromise.
And I don't know, Josh, do you feel like it's narrowed down enough?
Chair Early, I think I have something to take to the committee and bring it in. And I think some of what you opened up this agenda item with, retraining the committee to understand their role as an advisor throughout this process and not necessarily a rulemaker might be helpful. Because I think that staff will be coming up with a few different concepts and bringing those to the committee. And it's not necessarily do they like the idea or they support the ideas or not, is how does it affect you as a stakeholder? And so there's some retraining there that might need to happen, and that's fine.
And that's what I would expect, is I would expect staff to come up with some ideas to be able to float with the Rules Advisory Committee to see how that does affect those stakeholders.
Sure.
Because that's what we want to hear. We want to know, is this worth pursuing or not? And you and the staff have a better idea how you work with those groups.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, that I'm comfortable with that direction going forward. And having that work session in April, I think, is a good idea, with the potential that maybe we have rules to vote on July, October. I mean, this is as long as the goal is not regulations for the 2020 voting season, and this timeline is fairly open-ended. I mean, there's 4 board meetings between now and the voting season of 2021.
Okay, so I think we'll move on then to Toad Water Sports Education course and Randy Henry. Thank you very much, Josh, for all your hard work.
You're welcome.
Chair Early, members of the board. Randy Henry with the Boating Safety Program. And beside me is Jessica Watson. She's been working out of class on the water sports education project and has brought forward a number of the materials that I'll go through now. I don't think I need to go through the update in detail, but I did want to highlight a few specific things. We have completed the objectives that we needed by January 1st. The Toad Water Sports course book and application are available and are being used by folks. The Toad Water Sports webpage is up and operational. The Toad Water Sports exam is being offered. We have completed 53 exams. Let's see, I'm not sure who passed the first test. Do you know who that one?
CrossFits.
Yeah. There you go. 53 people have completed it so far, or passed the test so far. We're seeing a failure rate of around 10%, so 5.3 people have failed the test so far. From our standpoint, that's a reasonable number. It shows that it's not a giveaway test, but it is something, if you read the material, you can accomplish it. The Toad Water Sports cards and decals are also being issued at this time. And very importantly, for the internal processing of these, the Toad Water Sports credentials are working through our agency's registration system, the boat system. So it's been integrated, I guess, into our registration system and is fully implemented and functional. So we feel like we've succeeded in getting the program implemented on the ground. It's being used by folks. We're hearing generally good comments about it. We do have some things coming up that we still need to work on for the upcoming boating season. Of course, some of those are depend on direction this afternoon. But at that point, I guess one thing that I kind of glanced over here is I want to make sure that Jessica Watson gets credit for really doing an outstanding job with this. She really dove into it in her work out of class position. She coordinated very well with Josh Mahala, Marianne McKenzie, Cindy Bolduc on getting the materials put together. And she's taken a huge stake in the success of the program to the point where she's actually going to some of the vendors and dealers in the boat show and other locations to sit there and offer the test and score the test and issue documents. After this morning's public comment, we had one person stick his head in and say, is there any way I can take the test right now? And Jessica jumped up and said, yeah, absolutely, come on in. So we're being as responsive as we possibly can. For what's coming up in the next on the agenda, I kind of wanted to turn that over to Jessica and have her explain that to you, if that's all right.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Chair Early, members of the board, Jessica Watson, Boating Safety Program. As Randy touched on, we are offering tests. We have 14 tests currently scheduled between now and Labor Day with active water sports, both in their Oregon City and their Canby locations. I just reached out with Northwest Boat Sports in Oregon City to see if we can get some additional test dates with them, and we're going to try to get those more in the evenings or weekends, so that way people that are working have an opportunity to take that exam at that time. We're still offering the test daily as a walk-in here at the agency between 8 and 3. And then with regards to public outreach, staff will work on developing signs, rack cards, handouts after we get a little more direction from you folks on those rules. And then we're going to work with Ashley and get some additional media closer to the peak boating season, so we can make sure that folks are aware of the program, aware of the opportunities they have to get their credentials, and aware of just who this applies to.
Thank you for all your work you've done on this. I know that you've done quite a bit, so. Okay, any questions, comments?
Congratulations and great job going you forward as well. I don't know if it was you or Randy that said that there's 14 dates scheduled between now and Labor Day. Is that between now and Labor Day or between now and Memorial Day?
This is between now and Labor Day. I have them scheduled twice a month with active water sports, and then we're looking to add some additional dates in there. Okay. And obviously, like we said before, we do offer those any day. We're open as a walk-in here in the office.
So if it's between now and Labor Day, are you going to cover everybody that needs to be covered before the boating season?
I'm hoping so, given the scope of this program. It's kind of a smaller pool of folks that this applies to.
You didn't mean Memorial Day, did you?
I did not mean Memorial Day. I mean Labor Day.
That's why I
through
asked.
the end of summer. Right now, I've got 14 scheduled, so twice a month until
You think
then.
that's
But
adequate?
I anticipate adding additional dates at that point.
And generally, members of the board, to be clear, walk-ins are available anytime here at the office, so they can come in here.
And wasn't the sheriff's department too?
Right now, we're working on getting space with those departments. They don't
Okay.
have space in their training facilities.
Gotcha. Okay.
But hopefully that'll come on board soon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now we are going to move on to item P, which is an update on the rack for the Newburgh pool, and Dorothy Deal.
Okay, Chair Early, members of the board. Back in October, you all heard invited testimony about the current rules in the Newburgh pool, which went into effect in January of 2019. So we'd been through one summer boating season with the current rules. And the board directed staff to open rulemaking and assemble a rule advisory committee to explore concepts to adjust those rules, make them work a little bit better. And so that's what we've done. We assembled a rule advisory committee that met in December once and then once in January. We looked at a variety of concepts and sought feedback from those members. And so that's all in your materials, but I'll go over it just real briefly here so we have the visuals available if there's questions. Also, in reference to that letter from the National Marine Fisheries Service, we take input from other agencies very seriously. So obviously when we receive a letter like that, we take it very seriously. And so just want to let you know that we have plans to consult with the State Department of Fish and Wildlife on how to best apply the recommendations in that letter about making sure that we're in compliance with federal regulations on threatened species.
And just to be clear, this is the letter that we just received this morning. It came, it's dated from Friday, the 16th. And so we just received it this morning, and some of the members may not have had a chance to even look at it yet. So, but thank you.
Right. So it recommends that prior to adopting any rules that would authorize wake surfing, that we just look at that to make sure we're in compliance. So I would just point out that the concepts that we're looking at today, they would all further restrict wake surfing. So we wouldn't, none of these, the way that we're presenting them today, propose to expand the area where wake surfing can happen.
This only applies to wake surfing?
Not necessarily. It references wake sports, certainly, but
So
we're
could include wakeboarding.
sure. Mm-hmm.
It precludes us from making any changes at this time for either one. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe anything in the letter precludes us from going through the discussion that we had planned on having today.
Well, it says
Because
here in the next last paragraph, before the OSMB approves rules that authorize wake sports, Willamette River are likely to affect listed species or the critical habitat that should ensure that it or the applicant will comply with ESA.
So I'll jump in.
Sure.
So Member Withy, I think the board direction at the last meeting was that the red zones that are red would stay red and that you would not anticipate going backwards. I think in light of the NIMS letter, if the board today looked at some of the options being presented and decided you wanted to authorize wake surfing in an area where it currently isn't happening, which would be all the current red zones for both over 18 foot, my advice would be that we would not be able to entertain that until we have a chance to follow up with them. Barring that, all the other ones are more restrictive than authorizing in the new place. And to be clear, we received this letter on Friday afternoon. I know you know that. And it was a Friday afternoon of a 3-day weekend. The first time staff had a chance to really get together and digest it was Tuesday morning. We haven't even been able to have a follow-up conversation with NIMS or ODFWs. So we're going to get right on this. It's important, and the board has a history of doing things to protect fish. So
I appreciate that, Director Warren, but the fact is, we now have a letter, so we can't ignore it. As a board.
And we have, just to be clear too, we have on a lot of these issues, we have invited ODF&W to participate or to comment. And so we've not been derelict in our duties to try to engage additional regulatory agencies. So.
Right.
So just to clarify, as we're interpreting it, the current law that we adopted a year ago that was operated under last summer is the baseline, and any increases in wake sport activities would trigger additional NIMS consultation, but anything that takes it to a more restrictive doesn't trigger it.
So, Member Jackson, I think because that's a little nuance there. I think we're going to consult with ODFW and NIMS regardless. And we'll do that at the pace that both those organizations.
I guess my question is, the way I'm reading this, it's like any regulations of wake activities on the river. So if we went back to either 2008 rule or pre-2008 rule, then we would probably have a situation that's substantially more harmful than what we have today. But if we went to no rules governing those activities, we'd actually be creating a situation where consultation wouldn't necessarily be needed, but we'd be creating a situation that was inherently more harmful and dangerous.
Again, I think the main point is we'll be consulting with ODFWs and state fishery managers. They routinely interact with NIMS. We wouldn't interact with NIMS without ODFW at the table guiding us in that. And today the board's not voting on any rules, and I think by April we'll have had more than 4 or 5 days to have some conversations with NIMS and ODFW. And if we're finding out that they're interpreting it differently or believe they've said something differently, that's certainly something that we would come in to the April meetings with more information on. So I think given that, today, unless you pivot to a situation where you're going to authorize wake surfing or it's not, I think it's reasonable to think you could continue down this rule process. And I don't want to necessarily call it a second track, but it is definitely a track to engage with ODFW and NIMS on that, so that we can see where that goes.
And we do have an option of being able, I mean, we could table this until we have such amount of time to be able to make an outreach to those and have a special board meeting to deal with this one issue, if that would be what the board would prefer to do. I'm not sure that all of the public would prefer that, but that's.
We've already indicated that we're not gonna make rules today.
No, we are
We're
just.
only gonna listen to the information that's being provided. So I have no problem with proceeding on.
Listen, remember with the and provide direction on which rule, if any, you would like us to go out to a public process with that would culminate potentially with a vote in April. And again, by then, we would certainly have had an opportunity to discuss with ODFW.
So we have 6 concepts that are in front of us.
Right.
And so the idea would be that we would narrow it down to 1 to be able to go out to a public comment time period. So if the board doesn't feel like we should do that right now prior to consultation with ODFW and NIMS, then we can delay this and have a special meeting just to deal with this after staff has had time. This information just came on Friday and you know, literally we didn't get it till this morning. So the board, if the board would like to do that, then we would just table this discussion until such a time as that information could be incorporated into it.
Okay, the concern would be then, if we waited until April, and sit down and review this, and then we initiated new rulemaking, we wouldn't have it in place for this summer.
Yeah, I would say that we would need to have a special board meeting to deal with this. So, because whatever we come up with today could possibly get kicked out again, is what, you know, what I'm hearing from what you're saying, is your concerns.
Was the intent today to narrow this down to one concept?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No.
So if the board would like to table this discussion and set up a special meeting in later February.
Charlie, the only thing is this is a high priority for us.
Yes.
I don't know how fast ODFW and NIMS
I know.
would move through.
Right.
And I would offer that in some ways, having one concept that we could discuss with ODFW and NIMS might actually enable them to better articulate the position. But
Well, we'll just move ahead right now, and then depending on what the discussion or the board feels, then we'll make that decision. So fire away.
Right. So this was our concept A that we took to the RAC to get feedback on. Some of the rationale behind concept A was some of those zone tweaks that were talked about at the last board meeting, as well as an attempt to align some of the zone boundaries with physical landmarks to maybe reduce the requirement to have buoys, and also just for simplification and, so people have a physical landmark to point to understand where the zones are. I would mention that in this concept, in our initial attempt to align with physical boundaries, we extended the zones outside of the Newburgh Pool congested zone, which is defined in statute as river mile 30 to 50. While the board can do that if they want to, I would point out that if we did do that, it would complicate things in that the Towed Water Sports Education Program applies within that defined congested zone. So to extend outside of that area would kind of put us a little bit at odds with statute. So just something to keep in mind. But you can see kind of the before and after there. one of the main things that we heard from the board was getting rid of the EF zone due to the dock congestion and short length, and we kind of applied that same logic to the CD zone. But of course, you wouldn't be needing to take all of this as a whole. These are, little adjustments that I put all into one concept.
So we expand the GH zone too.
Right. So what that was attempting to do was take the whole HG zone and shift it down a little bit. It didn't increase the overall amount of yellow zone. We were trying to shift it to align with boundaries. But then we were, on second thought, we heard that you didn't want to take away from any red zones. And so the HG concept there, by shifting it down, you are taking away.
So we moved EF to a different part of the river and expanded GH. Essentially.
Well, I think they were going to eliminate EF, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we converted
We
EF
still
to
have the same
red.
mile rivers.
Oh, I see.
Right?
So what shifting H to G downstream did was it aligned it with Highway 219, and then we were trying to align it with a dock at Shampooey Park, and that was just a concept because we had heard that people would like to see physical landmarks used as boundaries.
Yeah, I noticed last year, I&J, hardly anybody used that. It was kind of a waste. And so I think getting rid of that is very smart. Moving to 219, that's a great landmark. And again, you're not losing a whole lot. So I think those work good. In our last meeting, getting rid of E and F with the work group, I seeing the actual evidence of that and in the spirit of compromise, I think that was a great idea. So I like that. The C and B, or let's see, D and C, removing that, I think that's gonna just add more congestion because now you've eliminated a complete zone. The other one, the E and F, I think made sense. I don't know if we heard a whole lot with the D and C, as far as like at that work group, it was mostly E and F, I think was the big concept on that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Is DC the section that people were calling the Eilers Rib when they were talking this morning?
Member Jackson, that's correct.
Another question. So on the lower map, where the A mark is, and the area going downstream, is that in the area that Mr. Williams from Riverkeeper keeps saying is part of the Metro habitat preservation?
Member Jackson, that is also correct.
Sorry, say that again.
Travis Williams has been concerned throughout much of this process that in the area around A, and I believe it's the additional area A is part of a Metro.
Right, okay.
Acquired natural zone.
I couldn't hear everything you said.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Where's it's called the Molalla River?
The Molalla?
Molalla. Where's that at?
Member Withy, I would have trouble pointing it out, so I might defer to.
Is it an A or B? Or?
Isn't it come right up to C?
C.
That little
C,
line.
Yeah, I'm looking at the line on there, yeah. C is
that
closer.
Yeah.
Tell me all the pronunciation again.
Molalla.
Unless you're from there, then you say Molalla.
So Chair Early, if there are no further questions, then I'll move on to.
Yeah.
I think, Dorothy, if you could just go back real quick. I think this is an example where if the board was to ask us to go forward with option
Am I
concept
there?
A.
Next one. Oh, shoot.
Just hit, you can't hit
I'm
the
sorry.
backspace. Maybe Ashley hit the backspace. On the keyboard, if you just hit the backspace.
Yeah, can you help me out? Thank you, Ashley. All the way back to A.
Yeah,
Right there. Yeah, thank you very much.
So this would be an example, I think, in light of the NIMS letter, if the board asked us to go forward with concept A, that adjustment down in G is authorizing it in areas not currently. And again, either way you decide today, we will be talking with ODFW and NIMS. But I think if we got to April and we didn't have an answer yet, I don't think I would be comfortable advising the board to take action until they heard from them, since this does shift into an area that's currently restricted.
Yeah.
Well, we can do those parallel process.
Right. Okay.
So concept B is our all red version, effectively prohibiting wake surfing throughout the entire Newburgh Pool congested zone. And this was kind of a natural result of a lot of those concerns that we've heard about when you eliminate one yellow area or compress a yellow area. It logically follows that there could be more congestion in the remaining yellow areas. So we had to ask ourselves, are we creating a situation where the safer option would be to just have no wake surfing? So that's kind of part of the rationale behind bringing this to the rack.
Do you feel that wake surfers would just become wakeboarders?
Remember, Withy, I asked that question during the rack meetings, and I was told no. I was told that wake surfing is very unique. It's growing in popularity. You know, it's an enjoyable activity, and they're different enough that people will still want to find ways to wake surf. They might also wakeboard. They might do other sports too, and they could certainly continue to do those in the Newburgh Pool. But if they want to wake surf, they'll have to trailer their boat and find another place to go for that activity.
I think going back to the original rules with the public comment, with all the feedback we got on the Newburgh Pool, I mean, that's definitely not in the spirit of what those people wanted. In most of the letters that I had read, a lot of the homeowners. Now, again, you've got people that don't want wake surfing at all, but from what we saw when we partnered up, or when Active Water Sports partnered up with ORSPA, the compromise, and that was the original plan, to do B. That's not even in the spirit of what was, voted on back in January 2019.
Okay.
So I don't really see any basis for that. Unless you just ignore all those people that put all that time into that with their public comment. That's ignoring every one of their opinions and their vote. And that does matter, and that's the general public. Has a lot to say about that river too, being that's their river too. So,
thank you.
I just wanted to point that out.
Mm-hmm.
At one of our past meetings, I don't remember if it was Josh or somebody presented information that had the approximate number of registered wake sport boats in this section. Can somebody remind me of what that number is?
Oh.
I was just trying to dig through my notes. From
Member
past
Jackson,
meetings.
we can I see folks back there maybe listening, Josh. But I
Josh is
think
the one who did
while he refreshes his brain, I can go grab my board book. I think one thing to point out, Member Jackson, you said it correctly, which that just reflected the number of wake surfing boats in the area. I think it's important to remember
I said wake boats, not just
right, sorry. I think it's just some folks have pointed out that it's important to note that there's quite a few other boats that do operate in the Newburgh Pool, so that's not reflective of everything happening. But
I guess what I'm
see
looking at is if we're talking about redlining the entire corridor, if there's people who live in that corridor or have boats moored in front of their houses that are now basically going to be told you can't do what you want to do.
Right. Member Jackson, I know that there is a number of boats that people moor in the Newburgh Pool, where at least one reason they have that boat is wake surfing, if not the primary reason. And so those folks to do wake surfing, they would have to pull their boat out of the Newburgh Pool and trailer to another area.
So with its concept, looking at the advantages and disadvantages, one advantage is everybody is then the same through the entire length of the Newburgh Pool. Nobody's treated differently because no one has a yellow zone versus a red zone.
Member Withy, that was identified as one of the advantages, mostly from a homeowner standpoint, is avoiding pitting neighbors against each other and having zones that appear to treat people unfairly.
Isn't that a significant advantage for this alternative? everybody's the same, it's the most fairest alternative, right?
Well, not necessarily, because you've got a financial burden of all the folks that have spent a lot of money on their homes to recreate in front of their homes. So now their property values are going to go down because they have a house now, that a dream home that they can't use because, they want to wait surf. I mean, I'm talking about the people that I've talked to, okay? Obviously, you have the argument on the other side, but you still can't disregard, the other folks that there's countless people that live on that river that bought their homes specifically so they can recreate in front of their home. They like to tube, they like to wakeboard, they like to wake surf, like do everything. So now you've just limited that. And there's a lot of people that's going to affect if you made it all red.
Bottom line in all this is not everybody's going to be happy.
Correct. The spirit of compromise, which is what the spirit was when ORSPA got with Active Water Sports and came up with a plan. It was like deadlocked for how many years and just total, nobody really had a plan. So then I think everybody was excited that the homeowners came to the table and said, hey, let's try something different. Let's try it. And so we came with the zones. We're trying the zones. Now we have the education part to go with it. It's like we're tweaking it. So the voters are giving, but nobody on the other side wants to give. You see what I mean? So this is the act of, okay, let's eliminate that zone, J and F, just to give them, or that's the, E and F. Okay, we saw in the work group that's not working, so we're compromising. Let's tweak it a little. Now we have a whole year of education to see how that works. But just to blatantly just like, now disregard all the work that everybody's done. And again, you've got people on both sides of the argument. You can't just listen to one side. There's a large number on the other side too. So I think in the spirit of compromise, I think Plan A with some of the tweaks is what we all set out for in January. 1 year, 3 year, and 5 year. Let's go back and see if we can tweak it. If you look at that, that's just overhauling it. And you're pretty much ignoring everybody who testified in favor. Even the petition before the rules even went into effect, there was a petition. And if you looked at all the letters, which I went through this week, overwhelming support for the new rules. So you can't just, throw that out, those people's own opinion. So, I mean.
So we have 4 other concepts to go through. So why don't we let Dorothy keep going here?
Concept E was a little bit of an adjustment to concept A based on some of those concerns about compressing yellow areas and causing more congestion in those areas. So in this concept, the yellow zones are reduced down to what you see there. There would be 2 yellow zones that add up to a total of 3 miles. And in those zones, all towed water sports except for wake surfing would be prohibited. And part of that was based on what we heard in testimony, that the yellow zones were often becoming congested with all types of towed water sports, when the only towed water sport that was limited to those yellow zones was wake surfing. So we hypothesized that this might spread people out throughout the entire Newburgh pool and alleviate some of those congestion concerns. Concept F was brought about from an idea brought forward by a RAC member during the RAC process. And in this one, a weight limit is prescribed for all towed water sports, as opposed to just the wake surfing and wakeboarding. This would apply to all towed water sports in the Newburgh pool. It reduces the yellow zone down to what you can see there, and there would be no new or different regulations for what a yellow zone means. But the change in the red zone would be that restrictive weight limit.
So currently we have a 10,000 pound weight limit, right?
Correct. The board adopted a 10,000 pound weight limit for the boats that would be required to receive the towed water sports decal. So that would be for wake surfing and
You have to have a decal to
wakeboarding.
operate in Newburgh pool.
Remember with you, I'm sorry?
And you have to have a decal to operate in Newburgh pool, correct?
For wake surfing and wakeboarding, you have to have a decal on your boat to do those sports in the Newburgh pool. So this would be expanding that weight restriction to encompass
So the
all
weight
towed water
restriction was
sports.
a response to 2351, correct? Do we have ability to change that at this point?
Member Withy, you actually have pretty broad authority to boating laws. And so you could come at it this way. I think it's worth noting that the red zones, in the Newburgh congested zone, this is Panama. The red zones right now, you can't wake surf in a boat above 18 foot. I think it's always important to remind folks that, so if you get your boat certified and it's 8,000 pounds, it's most certainly going to be over 18 foot. Even with the new law and the education, you still can't wake surf in a red zone. Right. Just, it's always worth reminding.
So that's all I have, unless there are more questions on what those concepts would do.
I think going back to the 3,500 pounds, there's really not a lot of boats, if any, that are going to even qualify. Actually, that, I mean, again, thinking about those homeowners that live on the river with those boats, not too many. 3%, 5% maybe, if that would even qualify with 3,500 pounds.
So Member Jackson, you found in your notes on how many or
the number that was being put out was there's 875 registered boats within 45 minutes of the Newburgh pool.
Okay.
But
Which I
again,
think just gives me kind of a perspective to think about.
sure. And again, that was a narrow look at boating. There's certainly a lot more than 800 boats.
Right.
In the local area.
Yeah, I think what gets forgotten a lot is how busy Rogers Landing is. That's a lot of general public that use Rogers Landing and the one down at Boone's Ferry. And not all of those people are in tune with kind of this group. A lot of those people, they show up, they don't really know what's going on, they're uninformed, not by their fault, they're just, so there's a lot of people out there that haven't even spoken about this. It's not knowing much. So, you know, that's a lot of people use that ramp.
Questions, comments?
One thing that hits me as we're talking about the whole lower Willamette situation, red zoning the whole upper Willamette section is probably going to kick a lot of those people down into the areas on the other side, and especially in the areas probably closest to the Clackamas County end of it where there's already problems.
And that's one of the things that we did here already is that, you know, even with the confusion on the rules this last summer, we saw an increase in traffic. Law enforcement told us that, an increase in traffic on the lower Willamette.
So one of the concepts I'd like to make sure the board really gives some thought through today is the concept E. I know it's probably the most difficult one if you're in the wake surfer community, but when we listen to everything that we heard at the work session about pushing people out into other areas, some of the congestion that creates, some of the words we hear even around compromise and finding places for the activities and the opportunities to happen, and a board desire to solve the problem presumably for longer than a year at a time. I think this is a concept that I would certainly ask the board to give quite a bit of consideration to.
This effectively reduces the amount of yellow zoning, correct?
Is that the one where it's only wake surfing?
It is wake surfing only in those two yellow zones.
Yeah.
So you've got about 3 miles of river that would be wake surfing only. And I think we were asking before about wake surfing. So if somebody is wake surfing, a mile is an adequate length for wake surfing because you're only going 8 to 10 miles an hour, isn't that correct? And,
Yes.
and you know, there's a lot of stop and start because, you know, not everybody's great at wake surfing. So my concern was that these wouldn't be adequate enough zones, but if you don't have wakeboarders going by you at 18 to 20 miles an hour, then you eliminated a little bit of the problem in there.
Couldn't you use concept A with that same language where it's just wake surfing only in the zones? You know, with E and F eliminated.
And keep
Keep 3 zones instead of 2.
keep 3 zones.
Just to try to be, you know, and then check in a year or 2 if that's working.
So
Again, we're looking at tweaks, trying to make it,
Yeah.
where everybody has something. Not everybody's gonna win, but everybody gets a little bit of something.
Go ahead.
Member Castronovo, I was just going to let you know the process for how we identified those two zones is we were looking for at least a mile of river that had no overlapping dock buffers in the center.
Okay.
Because we had heard discussion about, narrowness of the river, or these dock buffers creating areas where, wake surfers aren't able to maintain the proper distance. And so I was able to find the two areas that didn't have overlapping buffers. And then I was actually able to go just a little step farther, and neither of those yellow zones in Concept E have any docks in them at all currently.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Okay.
Concept E is not bad. It just,
So am I looking at the first section there in zone 2? It looks like there's some red on it also.
I'm sorry.
Where are you looking?
Oh, Chair Early, that is a skinny little side channel
Okay,
that
So
it has docks in it. It wouldn't be appropriate.
but it is a skinny little side channel. I thought that's what it was. I remember seeing that on.
It is separated by
It's on the
a
left-hand
strip of
side.
actual land.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on the zone, look up here, by the 219 bridge, so you've shortened that. So you have one dock in that whole stretch. So you've shortened that a little bit, if I look at that map.
Member
there.
Castronova, that's correct.
So if everybody that has took the towed water sport endorsement knows that you need to be 300 feet away from that one dock, I think keeping that to 219 bridge would help open up a little bit of that. And again, that's the whole purpose of the education, was the people operating the boat will do it correctly. And so I think, again, you shorten that one past that. If you lengthen that to where it was before, Concept E is not as bad and as restricting.
Member Castronova, there is another dock on the south side. And so while those buffers didn't overlap right in the center, they were kind of like this, which would require an operator to do kind of an S turn in order to
Yes.
stay in compliance.
Yeah, I guess I remember the boathouse and can't remember I don't recall the one on the south side.
Additional questions, comments?
So there's no,
Direction?
no other activities allowed in the yellow zone except wake surfing.
Member Withy, as far as towed water sports, that would be correct. It wouldn't apply to any other boating activities. But all towed water sports would be prohibited except for wake surfing.
So the converse would be in the red zones. All towed water sports are okay, except for wake surfing.
Correct.
Member Jackson, the red zone regulations would stay the same. So wake surfing would not be allowed in the red zone.
So what would
In
be
a boat
allowed?
over 18 feet.
In a boat,
That's true.
correct.
In a boat over 18 feet. So
Right.
you could wake surf under 18 feet.
So it's not like they're not gonna
Or
see
wake-
wake surfing
You could
along with all the other
wake
activities.
board under 18 feet. What I'm trying to get at is, what can you do in the red zone?
No, you can wakeboard, but you still have to adhere to the rules of 300
Okay.
feet and 200 feet, yeah.
Alright.
It's wake surfing is where I think was the regulation. No wake surfing at all in the red zone.
Okay.
Over 18 feet,
Yeah.
is that correct?
Say that again.
Oh, the wake surfing, in the
What
red
can you,
zone.
what can
So-
you do in the red zone? Can you wake surf if
Sure.
your
At
boat's
all.
under 18 feet?
I don't think I've ever seen one that small, but so.
Technology.
Yeah.
Member Jackson, if there was a boat that was 17 feet and less than 10,000 pounds, it would be eligible for the decal. And you could wake surf
In the red.
in a red zone.
Okay.
And I believe, Member Jackson, some of that might have come out from, I think it's been pointed out, we often think of wake surfing in the modern sense of the boats that have been designed, but I think some folks have lived on the river a long time and would say wake surfing's happened in some different forms with smaller boats without throwing the wake. So it was kind of that nod to if you had some nostalgic way to wake surf.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Okay.
Right.
Haven't seen too much of that,
No,
but I guess it can be possible. Or you just make it 100% cannot wake surf in, no matter what size boat it is,
absolutely.
in the red zone.
Board would have that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's,
Is that your proposal?
well, I'm just saying, I don't think that's gonna really, yeah. I don't think too many people are gonna complain about that. So,
It might be clear. I think the board's direction was to try to make the rules clear and enforceable as part of that.
That's kind of what I was trying to ask is, make it really simple. If you can only wake surf in the yellow zone, and you can do everything except wake surf in the red zone. To me, that's real easy for people to
Pretty simple.
understand.
yeah,
You got your buoy lines, I can do it here, I can't do it here.
And Member Jackson, I think from a wake surfer perspective, that wouldn't change very much under this concept because a wake surfer already knows they can wake surf in a yellow zone and they can't in a red zone. I think that's how they look at it. So that would stay the same. It would be all of the other towed water sport folks that would have to learn that they cannot operate in the yellow zone.
But Member Jackson and Member Castronova, I think it would be it's always that end too, you know, to remind people the under 18 that we would be cleaner probably just to clean that up if this was a proposal that we went with. And I think in terms of thinking of law enforcement, if they see somebody water skiing through the yellow zone, that's pretty obvious. That should be a reason for them to be able to stop them, educate them, and determine if a citation needs to be written. And likewise, if somebody was wake surfing in a red zone, it would be a pretty obvious stop.
That's kind of what I'm getting at.
So it gets at some of the enforceability.
Is a law enforcement officer looking to stop somebody and you say, oh, your boat is 17 feet, 11.5 inches long?
So do we have any kind of a direction here? Some kind of an endorsement for the regulatory option that we can continue to pursue?
Concept A looks like the best of the alternatives we put up there so far to me. Would you like a motion to adopt concept A, or?
We would probably want a motion, yes.
I'll make a
move
motion
forward
that we
with
adopt concept E, designated wake zones in the Newburgh pool.
Second. And was there any favor for being able to clean up the language for the red zones?
I would like to ask for an amendment that says that we make it very clear that the red zone is all the towed water sports and no wake surfing, period. And that the yellow zones are, as clearly stated here, no towed wake sports except for wake surfing. So it's a very clear definition of where the two separate or multiple separate activities can occur.
now I do have a question on the education that some of us have already taken. Will that be something that goes out to them, showing if they do actually approve these rules? So that's something that's gonna be amended so they know.
That's true. Remember, Castro, remember that they is you in terms of who's approving. Yeah, I think one of the benefits, sorry, Dorothy, I probably just jumped in there. So one of the benefits of the Total Water Sports Education Program is we have folks' contact information. So right now, when like last year, the voting rules were adopted and folks just kind of had to, folks local and paying attention to the issues knew. Everybody else, which was a whole lot of people, found out when they showed up at the vote room. Yeah. But now we have the 53 people that have taken the test. We can communicate to them. In fact, I think we've kind of indicated in some of that we'll keep you up on the rules. So, for instance, if this rule was to go out and this or some variation of it was passed in April, we could very quickly notify people of those voting regulations changes for those that have taken the Total Water Sports Education.
And I'm sure that Jessica would adjust the Toad Water Sports Education Program to be able to reflect those changes also. So we have an amendment. Do I hear a second to the amendment?
I think she seconded.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. I heard the second of the motion. Okay, so we have an amendment to the motion to amend the red zones to be no wake surfing, but all other towed water sports. And then the yellow zones on concept E to be wake surfing only and no other towed water sports. So is there any discussion or questions? I want to make clear that on those yellow zones and on the other zones, it's not like those boats can't pass through. So, and I think that that needs to be something that is part of an outreach, because people are under the impression that they can't even go in those zones because they don't have the right boat, or they're using the wrong boat or something. So I think that that's really important that we get that message out, that, you know, within this 20-mile stretch of river, there's going to be an opportunity for you to participate in whatever sport it is that you want to participate in. Okay, so seeing as there are no additional questions or comments, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? Okay.
So just not to belabor, but the next steps will be staff will be reaching out to ODFW and NIMS. We'll start the rulemaking process for concept E, and we'll be bringing back what we found at the April meeting.
Right.
So.
Sounds good. Thank you for all your hard work on this.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we really threw you right into the waves.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Chair Early, I want to clarify that the board is directing us to write draft rules reflecting what you see here in the after as far as where the boundaries are.
Yes.
Okay.
And also with that, with the change in the red zone, that there would be no wake surfing in the wet red zones, no matter what size boat you have.
And my assumption would be that the plowing restriction in the red zones would remain unchanged, that we wouldn't touch that.
Nothing else in the red zones is going to change at all.
Okay. And just another question as far as, I'm just curious if you feel like this is a concept that, you know, you're pretty comfortable with for a while, or if there's a timeline in your mind as far as.
When we originally came up with these rules, we said that we would reevaluate these rules. Mm-hmm. And so the time was 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. We wanted we knew after the first year that there was probably going to be some tweaking that needed to be done because there were going to be issues. And then right now with the education component, the rest of the board can chime in, but I think that we'd like to see if these rules will work for longer than a month. So.
I appreciate that.
So we start over with 1 year, or the next increment 3 years?
Yeah. I have a feeling that this is going to be an issue that we're going to continue to hear about.
Yes.
And we're not done with this one technically, because we still will have consultations from ODFW and NIMS and see where that takes us. So, anything else?
No.
Anybody else want to add anything? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shirley.
And I'd like to thank everyone who stayed and listened to the board meeting and contributed this morning. I know that it's been a long process, but we really appreciate the public comments and the public process, and encourage you to continue to stay involved. Pretty positive you will. So, okay, so we are going to be on to our final item of business here, which is other business. And first of all, I would like to thank the board for being prepared for this meeting. This was an arduous task of getting through all of this material. And one of my main goals when I became chair was to make sure that the board members were responsible for all of the information that we were given prior to the meeting, so that we could actually have a concise meeting that moved along at a fairly good pace. And that's only possible when everybody does their homework. So I want to thank everybody for doing their homework. And not expecting anybody to have done all of this homework from this morning, so. But anyway, I just wanted to say that as chair, I really appreciate that everybody took the time to know their material and ask pertinent questions. So our next board meeting will be April 14th to 15th, and we will have a facilities tour the morning of the 14th, it's my understanding, a short facilities tour. And then on that afternoon, we will have we'll have a work session for a couple of hours to talk about the lower Willamette River, lunch. And then the board meeting will be on the 15th, and Jennifer will make arrangements for us for wherever we are.
Chair Early, that is correct. I want to point out for folks in the Valley area, we'll schedule the tour times to where folks could leave the morning of the 14th and arrive on time. For you,
You're not going to make it at 8 o'clock in the morning?
we won't make it at 8 o'clock in the morning. You'd still be there
I'd be
on
there.
your schedule.
Yeah.
But we'll find a time that we think folks could safely get up and get out of the Valley and over to Central Oregon.
Without having to spend an extra night, that would be
Without having to
great.
spend an extra night. So.
Okay, that sounds good. Is there anything else from the board?
I have one question. In talking to folks, many of whom were out here earlier today, and I think some board members have also expressed this concern. The Tidewater Sports Education Program for the Newburgh Pool is a great start, but there's a lot of folks who believe that it should be a statewide program. How do we get that into like a legislative concept or something for the next session, or how do we make that something that's more universal than just 20 miles of the line?
Member Jackson, at the April meeting, with that direction, I'd be certainly happy to bring a legislative concept to make that a statewide program.
Yes, please.
And we can.
Can we include other?
And that was kind of the next thing, was not just for, but to include tubing or, tubing.
Kind of like what it was kind of addressed to be the first time.
Member Castro, Member Jackson, we can certainly ask for anything. What gets approved and not approved is sometimes as big a mystery as life.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I think there's an appetite and interest in having the Marine Board come forward with a concept like that. It certainly helps in terms of that discussion.
But I don't want to speak for others, but I think there were a lot of people in this room earlier today who would support something like that.
And the boater education card goes a long ways, but I think that, when you're talking about the new technology and the new boats that are out there and everything, the towed water sports goes even farther. And I'm sure that Jessica would be really happy to develop that into an online course at some point.
Well, that's the benefit. When we've approached some of the commercial vendors, they said not a big enough population to develop a program for, I think they'd develop it, but it would have been, thank you, Dad.
It was $90 additional fee per course.
Right. So by having a broader pool, we could potentially get some of those commercial folks interested. I also think it serves as a good example. Oregon's got some really unique boating situations. We've had this general education now for quite a while. This is our first foray into targeted education. As someone who spends a lot of time on saltwater and sees a lot of new people show up with new shiny boats heading west, I could see if something like the towed water sports worked out over time, it's serving as a role model for other specialized type boating in the state to get people education they need to be safe out there.
And that might even, that would actually play into Member Withy's comments earlier, and how do we reduce the mortality rate, and targeting certain user groups and educating them on how best to recreate is probably one of those. Instead of regulation, education.
I get tired looking at numbers of fatalities. I'd like to try to do something about it. It'd make me feel better, if nothing else.
Okay, if that's all, then we will adjourn this meeting for the 22nd of January, 2020.
I know, sir.
So, I was wondering, yes, didn't want to